Chapter 430. Xiang Chong roared angrily. Even though he was on full alert just now, the gap between their cultivation levels was too wide. Moreover, he lacked experience in Jianghu. His shoulder was injured by the sneak attack at the beginning of the fight. After that, he fell into a state of being beaten up. In less than 10 seconds, there were more than 30 wounds on his body. His vision darkened, his movements became sluggish, his energy was weak, and many negative conditions were worsening. He was holding on with only his spirit. He believed that Sui Xiao Duo would definitely come to his rescue. He could not give up, he must not give up. At this moment, a white shadow rushed over. Who else could it be other than Sui Xiao Duo? Xiang Chong groaned and muttered, "Go save Lil Bing." Then, he fainted. What the fuck? Sui Xiao Duo cursed. You fainted when you saw me coming over. You're so fucking relieved. Why don't you talk about your vigilance? I've already told you so clearly, but the situation still turned out like this. My sister is like this, and so is my brother. However, this was not the time to reflect on the current situation. The two enemies were already close to him, their swords flashing as they attacked. Sui Xiao Duo waved his hands and two sledgehammers appeared out of thin air, one on the left and one on the right. Without moving, they blocked all the attacks. The sledgehammers were too big. Then, the two sledgehammers turned into a dark tide. Sledgehammer. Sledgehammer, sledgehammer. Sledgehammer, sledgehammer. Sui Xiao Duo used all his strength right from the start. This battle was different from the previous one. Previously, he had planned a sneak attack, but this time, it was a head-on battle. Naturally, he would use his strongest trump card right from the start. He had to end the battle as soon as possible. He still needed to save Xiang Bing. With a whoosh, Sui Xiao Duo turned into a violent whirlwind. With a roar, the sledgehammers smashed toward them. Seeing the ferocious momentum, the two of them hurriedly blocked it. With their combined strength, they actually managed to withstand Sui Xiao Duo's first sledgehammer. Their strength was impressive. A muffled sound rang out, and even the entire forest trembled. The two of them staggered backwards. The webbing between their thumb and forefinger had already ruptured, dripping with blood. They looked at each other in shock. However, Sui Xiao Duo's second and third hammer strikes had already landed without any hesitation, forcefully attacking their defensive line. At this time, taking care of these two people was the most important thing. He didn't have the mood to care about keeping them alive. Boom, boom, boom. Their bodies were like weeds in the wind, swaying left and right. By the fourth hammer strike, their weapons had been completely broken. Blood flowed from the corners of their mouths, and their eyes were filled with fear. How could the other party be so strong? Woo. Sui Xiao Duo then smashed the fifth hammer, which was even more powerful. The next 7 or 8 hammers smashed down like a mountain. According to Yi Changqing's calculations, the power of this attack was enough to kill a high-level primal core cultivator. While Yi Changqing was calculating, Sui Xiao Duo had yet to compress the pinnacle of the innate realm. Now, he had already suppressed it 9 times. Therefore, the power of this attack had already far exceeded his previous estimation. The combined defense of the two of them was no match for this hammer strike. Their weapons were already completely broken. The two of them roared in despair, desperately using the remaining half of their weapons to block. Boom! The two hammers did not differentiate between first and second, directly sweeping away the enemy like a mountain. The last half of the weapon instantly turned into powder, and the huge hammer smashed heavily onto the two of them. With a pew sound, they were sent flying. Their bodies were actually changing shape in the air like fairies. All the bones in their bodies had been smashed to pieces, and their bodies rapidly changed from long to round. Blood spurted out from their bodies. Xiao Duo did not even bother to check on the two of them, nor did he care about the unconscious Yang Chong on the ground. He immediately put away his hammers and rushed towards the center like lightning. Xiang Bing was still in the hands of the last person on the other side. In the blink of an eye, he had covered more than 700 meters. He saw that the black-clothed man had already chosen a flat area and put Xiang Bing down. At this moment, he was standing there, looking at Xiang Chong with a look of surprise and uncertainty. Obviously, he had heard the commotion just now. He already knew that there was a change in the situation. Xiao Duo did not hesitate at all. Like a mad tiger, he rushed out and shouted, "Who are you?" His voice shook the air and spread far and wide. Previously, he could not shout. Once he did, he would alert the enemy. If this guy sent a message to the mastermind before he died, it would definitely mess up the follow-up plan. But now, he could. Xiao Duo was confident that he could control the situation. Even if Wen Xingtian did not come, he could still smash this guy until he could not free himself. The man in black's expression changed. He took out a long sword and was about to attack. His strength was obviously a level higher than the previous 4 people. He was vaguely above the high level of inner core. However, there was a sharp sound in the sky. The biting cold aura was like the sky falling down. "Leave it to me." When Xingtian descended from the sky with the fire dragon. In a flash, he was in front of Xiao Duo. His voice was as cold as ice. When Xingtian was afraid that Xiao Duo would not be able to control himself and would not be able to withstand the power and kill this person. With a shout, he reached out and grabbed Xiang Bing. First, the enemy would have no hostage to rely on. Although he was not afraid, he did not want that kind of change to happen. Bang! The man in black had just stabbed out with his long sword when Xingtian's palm hit his chest. His chest felt heavy, as if it was pressed down by a mountain, and he was about to retreat. But... slap! With a backhand, he slapped the man in the face again and knocked him out. With a poof, Wen Xingtian grabbed him by the chest and pulled him over. Wen Xingtian did not dare to use any strength. He was afraid that he would hurt this treasure by slapping him to vent his anger. Now that he was sure that he had captured him alive, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. His fingers moved like the wind and sealed all the meridians in the man's body in an instant. Then, he pinched the man's chin and exerted some force. With a crack, the man's lower jaw was dislocated. Then, he started to check from head to toe. He even checked every inch of the man's meridians. He was afraid that there was something that could immediately trigger suicide. He searched every inch of the man's body. Even his intestines were almost checked. "How is Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing?" Wen Xingtian breathed a sigh of relief. "Xiang Bing is here." He should have just fainted. "Xiang Chong is a little further away. He is seriously injured, but it should not be fatal. I killed the 2 people who surrounded him, but I was worried about Xiang Bing. I did not have time to check on his injuries and rushed here directly," Xiao Duo said. "Well done." With Wen Xingtian's experience, he naturally knew the severity of the matter. He praised him and stepped in front of Xiang Bing. He used his hand to feel the pulse on his wrist. Vigorous vitality rushed into his body and instantly woke Xiang Bing up. However, when Xiang Bing opened his eyes, Wen Xingtian had already disappeared and went to Xiang Chong's side. In the blink of an eye, he came back with Xiang Chong. He looked at Xiao Duo and shook his head. The other 2 men were dead under Xiao Duo's full-strength sledgehammer. Wen Xingtian's gaze was a little regretful. It would have been better if they were all captured alive. However, one look at their injuries and he knew that Xiao Duo did not hold back. There was not a single complete bone that was bigger than a fingernail in their bodies. How could they still be alive? What happened to my brother? Xiang Bing was shocked. She thought that something had happened to Xiang Chong. He's fine. It's just that I didn't stop the person who attacked him and killed him. Wen Xingtian said lightly, Xiang Chong's injuries are not light. However, most of them are flesh wounds. At most, some of his muscles and bones are damaged. It's not a big deal. I'll give him some medicine later and he'll be fine. Sua Xiaoduo wanted to hide his trump card. Wen Xingtian naturally would not let his hammer be exposed. Otherwise, what was the point of entering the Tower of Annihilation to practice martial arts every night? Of course, he had to take responsibility for everything. Xiang Bing was relieved. Immediately, her face flushed red with embarrassment. It was not because of anything else. Sua Xiaoduo had already warned her, but she still fell into his trap. She was knocked unconscious without any strength to fight back. She did not even realize that the enemy was coming. However, after thinking deeper, her face became more and more unpredictable. Sometimes it was pale, sometimes it was red. The former was due to fear, while the latter was due to embarrassment and embarrassment. She was really too useless. Wen Xingtian did not say anything more. Even if he wanted to say something, it would not be now. After waking Xiang Chong up, he applied medicine and took the medicine. Finally, he drank a whole bottle of spring water. Only then did he let him sit on the ground to regulate his breathing and take care of his body. It's all right. Wen Xingtian said, you and Xiang Bing, withdraw from this trial immediately and wait here. Xiang Chong gasped and said, thank you for your help, Teacher Wen. However, we don't want to withdraw from the trial just like that. Thank me for my help. You should thank Sua Xiaoduo directly. If it wasn't for him, what would have happened to you two today? It's really... Wen Xingtian pointed out calmly. The brother and sister's faces flushed red with shame. This matter was really embarrassing. As for why you withdrew from the trial, is there any need to explain? Do you want to keep the two of you alive and let everyone know that you're not dead? Isn't that telling the enemy that the plan has failed? Are all the brains of the Xiang family made of muscles? You can't even think of such a simple thing. Wen Xingtian said, remember, from the beginning to the end of this matter, you'd better keep it to yourselves. The two of you stay here and don't move a single step. Wait for me to come back. Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing pondered for a moment. How could they not know the severity of the matter? They could only agree. Before Sua Xiaoduo could say anything, Wen Xingtian said, come with me. He directly lifted Sua Xiaoduo into the air and went to a place far away. Wen Xingtian opened his mouth and asked, only these three? You killed two. 5. I still have two unconscious ones here. I've already thought of keeping them alive. Wen Xingtian replied with a grunt, feeling a sense of relief. With 3 survivors, it would be much easier to deal with than with one. He said, the 2 dead ones are with me. Give me the 2 you have. Okay, but... Teacher Wen, there are hammer wounds on their bodies. The marks. Sua Xiaoduo coughed. Wen Xingtian looked at him strangely. I've already taken over. Are you still worried about this? Ahem. Sua Xiaoduo was speechless. He carried the 2 unconscious guys out of the Tower of Destruction. He handed them over to Wen Xingtian. Wen Xingtian checked them. Their injuries were very serious, but it didn't matter. Wen Xingtian was confident that they wouldn't die and could even ensure that they lived healthily until they were worthless. Chapter 431. This is a treasure. We can't let it die. Wen Xingtian took out 2 bottles of spring water and poured them down their throats without hesitation. He said to Sua Xiaoduo, I'll ask the principal for reimbursement for this spring water. I'll reimburse you for 20 bottles. Half for you, half for me. Let's form a clique and line our own pockets. Now that the matter was settled, Wen Xingtian was in a good mood. He even joked with Sui Xiaoduo. I won't stand on ceremony. Ha! Sui Xiaoduo was overjoyed. This was good stuff. After drinking one bottle, Xiang Chang's severe external injuries had scarred visibly. It was estimated that he would fully recover in half an hour. This effect was almost comparable to the nutrition chamber. How could Sui Xiaoduo not covet it? However, the rings of the two dead men were still broken. This made Sui Xiaoduo very unhappy. Even if these rings were not broken, they would not belong to him. However, Sui Xiaoduo still felt sorry for the rings that he had broken. Because this meant that in the future, he would still break the rings that belonged to him. Just thinking about it made Sui Xiaoduo's heart twitch. That's all my money, you know. Oh, right. Wen Xingtian was about to leave, but he stopped and looked at Sui Xiaoduo. You. Sui Xiaoduo, huh? Did you really see it through physiognomy? About Xiang Bing and the others? Wen Xingtian asked in an unprecedentedly cautious tone. I really saw it through physiognomy. As long as a person is facing a great disaster, as long as I see this person, I can see it. No matter who it is. Sui Xiaoduo also answered in an unprecedentedly cautious tone. Wen Xingtian was stunned. After a long time, he muttered, okay. He looked at Sui Xiaoduo as if he was looking at a piece of treasure. At this moment, Wen Xingtian was thinking, this guy, why don't I let him fight in the future? It's a waste to let him fight with such skills. It's only right to protect him like a national treasure. However, Wen Xingtian himself did not think it was possible. First of all, Wen Xingtian would not agree to it. Sui Xiaoduo would not agree to it. With this guy's current foundation, it was most likely that he would become the strongest person in the world since ancient times. How could he be compared to him with his identity as a fraud? He had walked the thorny path 20 to 30 times, and each time he had walked it several times more than the others. This was simply a deranged bastard. Go and continue with the trial. Wen Xingtian's gaze deepened. Oh right, give me the Annihilation Tower, I'll use it for a while. Bring the three of them back alive. The space ring could not store living things, but the tower could. These people could not be exposed to the outside world now. Now was not the time to talk about this. On the way back, Wen Xingtian's figure was not as fast as when he came, but the trajectory of his movement was much more strange. He floated like a ghost and carefully went back. At the barrier. Xiang Quangren's heart had already exploded several times, but he still had to pretend that nothing had happened. This kind of torture almost drove the first vice principal crazy. Finally, he heard the voice transmission. Come out, to the big pit 1,200 meters ahead on the right. Wen Xingtian was back. Xiang Quangren suddenly disappeared with a whoosh. Everyone at the side was shocked. They just saw this person here enjoying the scenery with a relaxed face. Why did he suddenly disappear? Xiang Quangren suddenly appeared in front of Wen Xingtian. Even Wen Xingtian was shocked. Why are you so fast? What's the matter? Xiang Quangren was about to go crazy. Here, there are 5 people. 3 are alive and 2 are dead. Wen Xingtian pointed at the 3 people on the ground, but used his thigh to stop Xiang Quangren from going over. Wait a moment, you can come over after I'm done talking. You have to promise me that you'll stay calm and not act rashly. Can't you just say it? Are you crazy? Xiang Quangren was about to die from anxiety. These people want to do to Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing what they did to Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing. What they did to Vice Principal Chang's family. Wen Xingtian said vaguely with a dark face. Xiang Quangren exploded when he heard this. Fuck their mothers. Wen Xingtian covered Xiang Quangren's mouth with one hand and used the highest power of the royal god tier. Xiang Quangren whimpered and looked at Wen Xingtian angrily, but in the end, he did not act rashly. Wen Xingtian lowered his voice and said sternly, I know you're angry. But old Xiang, let me tell you. You understand. You have to calm down and not be impulsive. These are the only 3 people we've caught alive in the past 20 years. If you dare to act rashly, I'll fight you to the death. The only 3 people alive. Do you understand? Nod if you do. If you don't, I'll say it again. If you don't calm down, I'll attack you. Wen Xingtian looked at Xiang Quangren sternly. The anger in Xiang Quangren's eyes receded like the tide, and what followed was an icy calmness. This matter was too big. The only 3 people alive. If you, old Xiang, dare to kill them, I will definitely kill you. Wen Xingtian's eyes were bloodshot. He finally let go of Xiang Quangren. Xiang Quangren stood for a moment and calmed down. What do we do now? Wen Xingtian's eyes flickered like will-o'-the-wisps. Now, only the 2 of us know about this. Xiang Chong, Xiang Bing, and Sua Xiaoduo. There's no one else who knows. You know better than me what to do in the aftermath of this matter. You must act quickly. Wen Xingtian's face darkened. Think about it. Now, are you going to go back to boss, or should I go back? Xiang Quangren said, I'll go back. You still have to take care of the students. If you leave rashly, you'll be a bigger target than me. There's a day of buffer time tomorrow, so it'll be a good opportunity for me to go back and report to boss. It'll be reasonable for me to come back and preside over the situation. I believe no one will notice anything amiss. Wen Xingtian said, okay, then you'll use the Annihilation Pagoda to bring these people back and hand them to boss. But you have to hurry up and send the Annihilation Pagoda back to me. I still have to go back and bring Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing back. Do you understand what I mean? Now they're both dead. This is the only way to buy more buffer time. Wen Xingtian said slowly. I understand, I completely understand. Xiang Quangren suddenly perked up. What do you understand? Wen Xingtian asked. Well, it's to spread the news that Xiang Bing and Xiang Chong have been killed. Xiang Quangren said cleverly, to confuse the enemy. You understand, my ass. Wen Xingtian couldn't help but curse. He suppressed his voice and said angrily, what you should do is to send people to monitor all the banks from now on. It'll be fine if you can get the names of these people, but if you can't get anything out of them, you'll have to look in that direction. Even if everything goes smoothly here, the other party who sent the money is our next target. That's what you should understand. Idiot. Even if they want to silence them, if they can't find them, they can only send the money. Do you understand? Wen Xingtian scolded without holding back. Xiang Quangren lowered his head in shame. He really didn't think of that. If you don't have the ability to monitor all the banks, ask the boss to find someone. Wen Xingtian pointed at Xiang Quangren's nose and said, only the 3 of us know this. If you dare to say it out loud, I'll kill you. I'll definitely shut up and stop talking, okay? I mean, you can't say anything to the Shi and Qing sisters either. They've been suppressed for too long, so it's easy for them to change their attitude. Wen Xingtian said directly. Understood. If you understand, then hurry up and go. Wen Xingtian put them into the Tower of Annihilation and said angrily, remember to send the Tower of Annihilation back to me as soon as possible. Xiang Quangren took it, but he was still a little unhappy. He said, I'm older than you, my position is higher than yours, and I'm your elder brother. You scold me every day. Can't you show me some respect? Do you have a brain? Wen Xingtian rolled his eyes. Are you that free? Do you have a lot of time? Why aren't you leaving? Do you want to hear me scold you more? Xiang Guangren did not dare to say another word and ran away. Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing waited in the dense forest where they were. The brother and sister could not help but tremble. If Sui Xiaoduo was not here today, it was easy to imagine what kind of tragic fate would have awaited them. This had nothing to do with courage. Even though they were both martial artists and had participated in many battles, this was the first time they had faced such a life-and-death battle. Not to mention the meaning behind this operation, the danger involved, and the tragic fate they would face if it came to fruition. The two of them could not help but shudder with fear. The brother and sister looked at each other and saw each other's pale faces. Sui Xiaoduo pattered over and sat down. He said, look at your expressions, martial artists. With this kind of courage. Haven't you killed anyone before? Xiang Bing's face was pale. She said, of course we've killed people before, but the people we killed were the kind of people who committed all kinds of evil. It felt good to kill them. You've never experienced such a conspiracy. Sui Xiaoduo snorted. I really don't know how a big family like yours educates their children. You throw them out one by one like Bai Hua Hua. They look smooth and elegant, but they're just embroidered pillows in their bones. They look good, but they're useless. As a disciple of a big family, even if they're not more sinister and cunning, they should at least be more stable and have more control, right? Sui Xiaoduo said, just like the way you two are now. Not only are you embarrassing, but you're also very disappointing. We've also received education in this area. We've memorized the books by heart. The more Xiang Chong spoke, the less confident he felt. He muttered, I understand the principles, but when it's my turn, I forget everything. Sui Xiaoduo could not help but be speechless. But when he thought about it carefully, this was indeed the case. He had learned thousands of principles and tens of thousands of things he should have done. He was clear in his heart. But when it was his turn, he did not know anything. He could not even remember. Chapter 432. For children of his age, no matter what kind of big family they were born into, they would not have much experience. Especially for a family like the Xiang family, which had parents and family backing them up, they would always be well protected. Although it seemed like they knew everything, it was indeed difficult for them to not know how to use it since they had never experienced it personally. Even for himself, if it were not for those 5 years of perseverance, sharpening his desire for improvement, and if it were not for the constant messages from his father, Zhuo Changlu, teaching him how to do things, he might not have been able to do so. Many things can be read once, read again, read again. Read 3 times, and you will have different insights. Then, when you personally see other people's experiences, you will have different insights. He still remembered that his father's only request was that when he encountered these things, or when he had new insights, he did not care whether it was right or wrong. Send it to me for me to see. And even if he really sent it, his father would not make any comments. But as he sent it over and over again, these things that he had seen, heard, and experienced became his own miraculously. It went deep into his heart and became his own experience. Take Li Chenglong as an example. Li Chenglong's fate was not necessarily better than Zhuo Xiaoduo's at the beginning. He was always at the bottom of the warrior class, and because of his abnormalities, he had long positioned himself as the leader. But it was also because of such fate that his temperament matured early. He judged the situation and had his own methods. He planned everything before taking action. His foresight was even better than Zhuo Xiaoduo's. Once the wind and clouds turned into a dragon, he stood in front of others. Without great wisdom and perseverance, it was difficult to achieve. Education was indeed different. Zhuo Xiaoduo was thinking about this problem, and coincidentally, Wen Xingtian was also thinking about this problem. The ways Zhuo Xiaoduo, Xiang Chong, and Xiang Bing handled today's matter could be said to be the difference between heaven and earth. One was gold, and the other was not even comparable to dung. There was no comparison at all. The difference between heaven and earth was not enough to describe it. What the children lack is the world of martial arts and crisis. Now, each and every one of them is like a seedling that has not experienced wind and rain, unable to be destroyed. Wen Xingtian sighed. With Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing's strength, as well as their preparations, they should have been able to react better. At the very least, they should have been able to stall for a few minutes. Just a little bit of the previous unforeseen event was enough to change the situation and tilt the situation in favor of the other side. However, their inaction and even negative actions almost caused the situation to lose balance. What if the last black-clothed man didn't maintain his original intention and directly slapped Xiang Bing to death? At that time, Xiang Bing had fallen into his hands for a short period of time. Although it was not as shocking as the original plan, the goal was still achieved. Even if Wen Xingtian rushed over, it would still be useless. It was a foregone conclusion. It seems that there is a need to strengthen this aspect. Wen Xingtian couldn't help but think of Zhang Xiaofei's suggestion when he came back: the students lack society's vicious beatings. Now, Wen Xingtian really agreed with this sentence, and even wanted to put it into action as soon as possible. A group of well-protected fledglings, once released, was bound to suffer heavy losses. Also, although those who are above the nascent soul stage are unable to enter, those who enter will be able to sense it. However, these 5 people sneaked in just like that, and they were placed in at the last minute. This means, in the school, among the 24 form teachers, there is a traitor. At least one. Wen Xingtian's eyes flashed with extreme pain. Among the 24 form teachers, which one of them didn't have a life and death experience with him? If there was really a problem with one of them. Brothers, we have all broken through the life and death obstacles on the battlefield, which is equivalent to crawling out from a pile of dead people. How can we still fall at this time? Can it still be changed? Wen Xingtian couldn't figure out the key point. However, the previous point was still certain. There must be a traitor. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the 5 of them to appear in the training grounds without making a sound. Even if the venue was twice as big, with the joint efforts of the 24 form teachers, they would be able to guard it flawlessly. Now, I can only hope that there is a problem with the locally recruited form teachers, and not you guys. Wen Xingtian closed his eyes and prayed in his heart. An hour later, Xiang Quangren's figure appeared in front of Wen Xingtian. Wen Xingtian didn't waste any time. After receiving the space-destroying pagoda, his body turned into an invisible smoke and rushed in the direction of Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing. Only after successfully putting the siblings into the space-destroying pagoda did Wen Xingtian feel slightly relieved. Then, he waved his hand and called Zhuo Xiaoduo over. Wen Xingtian began to calculate and formulate a follow-up plan step by step, but he intended to let Zhuo Xiaoduo be the advisor to perfect the plan. This was because Wen Xingtian found that Zhuo Xiaoduo's degree of experience in this kind of thing was at least further than Xiang Quangren's. As for the problem of the traitor, after Wen Xingtian finished speaking, Zhuo Xiaoduo immediately gave a different direction of reference. The traitor problem may not necessarily lie with one of the 24 form teachers, because the news of this trial has been leaked long ago. As long as we arrange an ambush in the trial area in advance, it will be fine to make sure that no one finds out beforehand. Even if it is a last-minute idea, this method can still be implemented in time. You should know that there is a gap of half an hour between us leaving the school and coming here. This doesn't include the 10-minute speech by Vice Principal Xiang. After that, the teachers and students will enter the trial area, and then you guys will start to set up the control. During this time, there is at least an hour of buffer time to carry out this plan. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, based on this reason, there is no need to doubt yourself first, predetermine your position, and predetermine your identity. At present, everything should be based on the confession. After the interrogation, we can come to a conclusion. Wen Xingtian deeply agreed with Zhuo Xiaoduo's words. As for the problem of beating Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing at their own game, Zhuo Xiaoduo, on the other hand, didn't think so. When it comes to acting, I don't think you can act better than them. Instead of acting, it's better to directly tell the Xiang family that the brother and sister are dead. It's best to let the Xiang family think so. It's best if Vice Principal Xiang comes out and makes a big scene. Only then will it be real and trigger the other party's follow-up actions. The other party's intention is to kill two birds with one stone. They are looking forward to Vice Principal Xiang making a scene. Wen Xingtian's facial muscles twitched. If they did this, the Xiang family's domineering temper could really make a big scene. This matter still needs to be considered at length. We can't take it for granted. Wen Xingtian planned to go back and discuss the follow-up after that. Zhuo Xiaoduo was just saying that. He didn't want the school to completely accept his plan immediately. He wasn't that arrogant. Besides, he wasn't confident that his judgment would be accurate. When Wen Xingtian mentioned checking Fenghai Bank, Zhuo Xiaoduo objected again. How do you know that they must be from Fenghai? Can't they be remotely controlled from Shangjing or other places? Zhuo Xiaoduo said, for this matter, if these 5 people are men of sacrifice, then all the big banks in the country need to be monitored. Wen Xingtian was horrified. Yes, yes. He suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. This cognitive oversight was really not small. It could easily completely mess up his judgment. Without saying anything, he immediately took out his phone and planned to inform Xiang Quangren. Use my phone for the time being. Zhuo Xiaoduo handed over his phone. Teacher Wen, have you ever thought that your phones are already monitored? Well, only Vice Principal Xiang's phone is safer. After all, he just reconnected. His number might not have been leaked, but it might not be. Wen Xingtian. He realized that if it was someone like Zhuo Xiaoduo who was dealing with him and the others, then there were really loopholes everywhere. He could target them however he wanted. He originally thought that the plan was flawless. At this moment, from Zhuo Xiaoduo's mouth, there were so many loopholes. As expected of the old silver coin. Wen Xingtian sighed. When Zhang Xiaofei came back and said that you were the old silver coin, I didn't think so. Now it seems that there are only wrong names, not wrong nicknames. Zhuo Xiaoduo was speechless. I'm racking my brains to help you guys, okay? Why did you suddenly throw such a black pot at me? You're questioning my character and slandering my reputation, aren't you? Teacher Wen, in fact, it's not that your thinking is not thorough enough. It's just that what you face every day is the beauty of the world. And what you're working to spread is also the beauty of the world. Even on the battlefield, there are real swords and spears, and there are few tricks. You really don't have many ways to deal with those dark sides. It's normal that you can't deal with them. Zhuo Xiaoduo said seriously, but as a martial arts school, it's a mistake to avoid these dark sides too well. Yes. Wen Xingtian's face was heavy. When I go back this time, I'll specifically mention it at the school meeting. You can continue the trial. Wen Xingtian said, I'll go back first. I'll borrow the air exterminating pagoda for 2 days. Don't worry, it won't swallow you. Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was full of righteousness. Look at what you're saying. Am I that kind of stingy person? If the school wants to use it, just use it. He was forthright and generous. When Xingtian was stunned and said, "Why don't the school requisition it for half a year, and we'll talk about the follow-up after half a year?" Sui Xiaoduo was suddenly dumbfounded. He looked at Wen Xingtian with a twisted face. Ah. Ah, ah, ah. Ha ha ha. Wen Xingtian pointed at this guy and made him stagger. "You dare to play this game in front of me? You have a lot of tricks up your sleeves, but your methods are still immature. You're just a kid. Get lost." "Okay. I'll get lost, I'll get lost." Sui Xiaoduo ran away like a wisp of smoke. He was afraid that if he stayed for a second, the requisition for half a year would become reality. Chapter 433. Wen Xingtian smiled. His body flashed and he disappeared from where he stood. There was nothing for him to do. All that was left was the first place that was waiting for him. Thus, Sui Xiaoduo started his slaughter again. He never thought that he would not be the first place. That was a joke. Among all the new students in the Hidden Dragon High School, who would dare to have more than him? Grandpa Zhua, kill him. He even had a choice. Those ugly and tasty ones were exchanged for contribution points. After being slashed by the dragon blood-flying dagger, he pressed the button again and again. As for the delicious food and the beautiful furs, they were naturally all intercepted and kept. He kept the contribution points for himself into the ring given by his godfather, and the contribution points to the school were put into the ring given by Sui Xiaoyan. With a single sword, he swept through the entire training ground. All the Origin Core Realm Star Beasts were no match for him. Yes, there were only 2 golden armored star soul lions that appeared out of nowhere that forced Sui Xiaoduo into a sorry state. Left with no choice, he was forced to use his sledgehammer to deal with them, turning them into 2 piles of minced meat. Sui Xiaoduo smacked his lips in heartache. Those were all money. They were all academic credits. Why did you two have to be so fierce? You could have just left me a piece of skin. Sui Xiaoduo's heart ached, and he turned to plunder horizontally. Wherever he went, not even a blade of grass grew, and not a single living creature remained. He was now 1 meter above the sky, and the distance was not that big anymore. What a pity! The void exterminating tower was taken away by Wen Xingtian. Sui Xiaoduo looked at the nest of baby beasts in front of him. They were all so cute, and they were even Origin Core Realm Star Beasts. He did not know where to start. If he caught them, it would be a huge sum of money. In the next 2 days, Sui Xiaoduo went to all the training grounds of the Origin Core Realm. Without the slightest bit of modesty, he could say, "If I want to organize another training session for the new students next year, I reckon I'll have to change locations. Because this area. With only a year's time, it was impossible to produce so many Origin Core Realm Star Beasts. Too many students only saw a flash of white, and the Primal Core Realm Astral Beast that had been right in front of them a moment ago disappeared without a trace. It was as if it had never existed. The unluckiest one was Shimin Daqing, who had not been seen for a long time. Ever since Sui Xiaoduo found him, Shimin Daqing, who had led the team to fight against Sui Xiaoduo, had not seen a single star beast. Everywhere he passed, it was a smooth, clean, and unobstructed path. Shimin Daqing could be said to be extremely depressed. What was going on? Why was the trial even more enjoyable than the usual sightseeing trips? He really didn't encounter anything. But he was not here to enjoy the scenery. Shimin Daqing's greatest gain was that he saw a tuft of hair in a shrub that had been smashed by a meteor. This proved that there were indeed star beasts here, and there were quite a few of them. But now, where were the star beasts? Where did they go? Shimin Daqing wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He was only worried about how he was going to survive the next month. Who did I offend? My luck is really incurable. Xiao Duo, who was walking further and further away, did not feel satisfied with his harvest. Because the ring that Xiaonian gave him was almost full. This meant that his plan to get more points would be blocked. This would not do. Xiao Duo looked into the distance. That was the territory of the Soul Transformation Realm Star Beasts, which was very far away from here. Xiao Duo sneaked a little and suddenly turned into a ray of light, rushing toward the territory of the Soul Transformation Realm Star Beasts. Damn! A head teacher who was stationed here felt the abnormal movement, but he did not expect that there would be such a daring person who dared to take such a big risk. He hurriedly gave an order and chased after him. As a result, after chasing for hundreds of miles, he saw Xiao Duo rushing out desperately with 7 or 8 fluffy snow-white little guys in his arms. His face was full of urgency and his whole body was in a mess. He was as busy as a stray dog, as anxious as a fish that escaped the net, as a weasel that succeeded in stealing a chicken, fleeing in panic. Teacher, run. No, can you help to block them? Before he finished speaking, he passed by with a whoosh. Damn! The teacher cursed, which class are you from, you bastard? But Xiao Duo was already gone. Immediately, he saw thousands of huge white tigers rushing out from inside. Each of them had a pair of wings on their ribs, a striking word, king, on their heads, and 2 sharp golden horns. They were twice the size of an ordinary elephant, and there were faint flashes of thunder and lightning on their golden horns. Surging, flashing, and crazily rushing over. The moment they saw this teacher, they attacked together. Hundreds and thousands of lightning bolts blasted over in unison. Son of a bitch. This teacher had teleported several thousand feet away in a flash. He felt speechless in his heart. He had already reached the extreme. How long had this bastard been in there, and he had already caused such a big trouble. This group of lightning white tigers had obviously been driven crazy by him. And they had even pushed the blame onto him. The taste of being a scapegoat was not good. At this moment, even if they saw the teacher running away, the group of lightning white tigers still ignored the previous boundary, and crazily chased after him, turning out in full force. This formed a situation of one person running in front, and thousands of lightning white tigers chasing behind, like a huge wave rolling over. The scene was simply spectacular to the extreme. As the head teacher ran, he roared to the sky. Come quickly, help me chase this group of tigers back. The head teacher was very sullen, very sullen. How could there be no reason for these tigers to be here? Although the training area outside Fenghai City seemed to be an ungoverned area, but if there were no divisions, how could it become the training ground of the Hidden Dragon High School? That year, it took a lot of effort to divide it layer by layer, and then various visible and invisible disturbances were applied, little by little influencing the star beasts to occupy their own territories, and divide them clearly. These were all treasures, renewable and sustainable resources. With his cultivation, of course he could kill them, and even kill all of these lightning white tigers. But these were all star beasts for the students to train. What was the point of killing them? Wouldn't that be putting the cart before the horse? In fact, the training area that the Hidden Dragon High School had created with his own strength, even the adventurers of Fenghai City were not allowed to enter. Why? It was to keep these fellows to continue to develop, and to be used for the students to train. But now, that kid who had just entered had stolen several nests of their cubs. The reason why it was several nests was because these lightning white tigers would never give birth to more than 3 cubs each time. And in that guy's arms, there were at least 7 or 8 cubs. Damn it. The teacher was completely speechless. Which class is this bastard from? Does he have any manners? It was already the 3rd day, and the student's stamina had basically reached its limit. This was especially true for the area around them. After a few freaks had swept through the area like a plow, and with the combined efforts of 800 to 900 students, almost all of the adult star beasts had been captured. Many students had already stopped trying to catch them, and had instead gathered together to chat. As for the remaining ones that had escaped the net, even if they caught all of them, it would not change the current ranking. In such a big environment, the teachers naturally had some time to calm down. When they heard the long howls, they immediately rushed over, and when they looked over, they were all shocked. Some of the smarter ones instantly knew the whole story. It must be that these lightning white tigers' nests had been stolen, otherwise, they would not be so crazy. Wen Xingtian also came. When he saw such a scene, there was almost no hesitation, and he did not need to use his brain to know who did this good deed. Other people, besides not having such big guts, also did not have such big methods. It must be that troublemaker. He did not have time to explain in detail, and a terrifying aura suddenly erupted, crashing down on the tiger pack. The group of lightning white tigers instantly felt an irresistible and terrifying aura, as if life and death were at stake. They suddenly stopped in their tracks, and some of them rubbed their front paws on the ground, and rubbed them far away before they could regain their footing. After a short while, thousands of white tigers roared towards the sky. Hao Wen Xingtian shouted sternly, "Go back." Thousands of white sword auras suddenly appeared in his hands, and they were filled with murderous intent. Under the extreme pressure of the threat of death, the lightning white tigers turned around unwillingly and retreated. Many of them roared at the sky, but after a short while, they all lowered their heads and looked back every few steps. Their cubs were lost, but they did not want to lose their lives too. This two-legged beast in front of them was too scary, and they could not afford to offend it. At most, they could go back and work harder. The situation was stronger than the beasts, so what could they do? Facing this scene, the other 20 or so teachers were all shocked and inexplicably shocked. It was not difficult to make a tiger retreat, and there were many people in the Hidden Dragon Martial Arts High School who could do it. However, what was surprising was that the one who made the move today was Wen Xingtian. Wasn't this guy the head of the Martial Arts Department, Civil Affairs Department, who rarely made a move personally and always placed himself in the commanding position? What was going on today? Did the sun rise from the west? You actually took the initiative to make a move. A few teachers gathered around. Head of the Civil Affairs Department. Brother One. They were slightly closer. Old One. They were comrades in the past. Brother 13. They were sworn brothers. They all addressed each other differently. It's okay, take care of your students, and don't let them be eaten by the tigers. Wen Xingtian snorted, and left in a flash. All the teachers. Something is wrong with this guy. One of the teachers frowned. Not only did he come too suddenly, but he also took the initiative to make a move. Even when he left in a panic. This is not like his usual self. It's indeed a little strange. Another teacher touched his chin. I don't think he has a guilty conscience. The teacher called Wen Xingtian 13th brother snorted and said firmly, it must be one of the students in his class who stole the tiger cub. This guy is here to clean up his mess. Do you think I don't know him? That's right. That must be what happened. Let's go and take a look. Let's go and take a look. Let's go. The teachers had a simple discussion, and then they all rushed into the distance and chased after him. This time, Zhou Xiaoduo rushed back as if he was on fire. A total of 9 tiger cubs were brought out by him. They were all snow white and looked very adorable. The tiger cubs were about the same size as kittens, and their white fur was unusually soft. When he held them in his arms, it was like holding a ball of cotton, and it felt very nice to the touch. These tiger cubs were worth a lot of money. Money. A lot of money. He was rich. But the premise was that they could not be confiscated. And if he took them out like this, they would definitely be confiscated. But Master Zhua had a way. As he ran, Zhua Xiaoduo shouted. Beauties! Beauties! Beauties, look at me! Beauties! I'll show you a big treasure. I promise you'll like it. Beauties! I have a treasure. Beauties! Looking for monthly votes, recommendation votes. Subscribe. Chapter 434. Zhua Xiaoduo called out to the girls along the way, but no one paid any attention to him. He swept past them like a hurricane. He could already see the male students in his class. Was he in the vicinity of Class 1? Girls. At this moment, Zhua Xiaoduo saw a slim figure and shouted subconsciously, Zhen Pia Piao. It's class monitor Zhua. Zhen Pia Piao, who was about to pass by, stopped killing her star beast and looked towards the direction of the voice. She was stunned for a moment before she chased after him as if she did not care about her life. Class monitor Zhua. Zhua Xiaoduo. Stop right there. Yu Yan, who was on the other side, also rushed over with her eyes shining. Class monitor Zhua. Stop right there. What's that in your arms? When the two girls shouted, the students in Class 1 nearby stood up immediately. Class monitor Zhua. Yu Yan, and Zhen Pia Piao were usually not very enthusiastic towards Zhua Xiaoduo. Why were they calling him so affectionately today? They surrounded him subconsciously, obviously wanting to see what was going on. What's the matter? Wow! A girl had already pounced over with stars in her eyes. What a cute little white cat. Just as Zhua Xiaoduo thought, girls had zero resistance towards these cute Xiao cats. Boom! The whole class, more than 10 girls, rushed over and surrounded Zhua Xiaoduo. In an instant, Zhua Xiaoduo was immersed in a sea of cosmetics that he had never enjoyed before. Left and right, he was surrounded by his classmate who was as beautiful as flowers and jade. Each and every one of them was looking at him with fervent eyes, drooling with desire. Their faces were full of, I want. Zhua Xiaoduo, who sensed great danger, immediately hugged the little tigers in his arms and asked cautiously, What are you doing? What's this? Yu Yan could not move her eyes away. She was completely captivated by the cute little tigers. Cat? Or? This is the white lightning tiger. Zhua Xiaoduo snorted with a face full of disdain. This is a lightning white tiger that can grow to the cloud transformation realm. I had to go through untold hardships and went through a life and death crisis to get my hands on this white tiger cub. Move aside, move aside. I'm going to sell it. Don't push and touch it. Move aside, move aside. This is good stuff. When it grows up, it will be able to fly. It will be the overlord of the sky among the star beasts. Zhua Xiaoduo hugged Bai Hu and dodged left and right. Get out of the way, get out of the way. Hey! Where are you touching? White lightning tiger. The girls cried out in surprise, but they liked it even more. It was a high-grade star beast. She was actually so cute. Look at how furry it is. When it just opened its eyes, its watery little eyes, its wet little nose, its tender little claws, and its petite and exquisite little body, that I was melted by her cuteness. This little guy, when he grew up, was actually the overlord of the sky. Wow. I was melted by her cuteness again. Let me touch it. Let me touch it too. Move aside, let me touch it. As the circle grew bigger and bigger, many girls from other classes also gathered over after hearing the news. For a moment, there were too many girls to take in. Their eyes were filled with stars as they focused on Zhua Xiaoduo. Yes, it was the white tiger cub in Swishaodua's arms. Some of them didn't know what a white lightning tiger was, but those who were more knowledgeable were drooling as they explained to them excitedly. In particular, they explained how rare the cub of a white lightning tiger was and how obedient it would be when raised well. Most importantly, it was too beautiful and too cute that when it grew up, it would be able to gather thunder and lightning. When it spread its wings, it would be able to cross thousands of rivers and mountains. Super combat power. Super beautiful. Super cute. Most loyal when it grew up. Overlord of the sky. Although it was a little exaggerated, its speed was indeed comparable to an eagle's. It was definitely good stuff. For a moment, the eyes of the girls were filled with stars. The little stars almost incinerated the tiger cub in Swishaodua's arms. More and more beautiful young girls gathered, and the sounds of wow and oh rose one after another. At this moment, Wen Xingtian, who had just arrived, sighed. It was over. Don't even think about returning these little tigers. Just by looking at these girls' appearance, one could tell. If these girls saw these little cuties, it would be a trap. With Swishaodua's intelligence, how could he not know the principle of not revealing wealth to outsiders? However, at this moment, these tiger cubs were exposed. It was obvious that he planned to directly make a move here and then withdraw his huge sum of money. After that, everything would have nothing to do with him and he would be safe. As for wanting to get the cubs back from these girls, that was something he didn't even need to think about. Just tears alone could drown you. Move aside, I still want to sell them. Don't spoil them. Swishaodua shouted anxiously. Sell. He was actually selling them. Hearing such good news, the girls' eyes widened. They immediately swarmed forward, no longer as reserved as they usually were. I want one. I want one. I don't care how much it costs, I'll reserve one. You must save one for me. I'll pay you big money. Here, one had to mention a sentence that Sui Chonglu once taught Swishaodua: women's money is the easiest to earn. However, it's too difficult to make women willingly pay. The art of using it lies in the heart. You must start with a cheap price. Now, at this moment, Swishaodua was using the unique skill that his father taught him. How can I do this? Swishaodua looked embarrassed. I'm planning to sell these tiger cubs to the first grade of the firmament. They'll buy them at a high price. How can I sell them to you? We're all classmates, I don't want to ask you for a high price. Wouldn't I suffer a huge loss? First grade of the firmament. Why would you sell them? What a joke, who said that we can't afford it? Why would we ask you for a cheap price? They'll still sell them at a higher price. Just tell me your price. How much is it? I'll buy them. It seemed that the person who spoke was definitely not short of money. What's with the money? Are you kidding me? Swishaodua snorted and said, anyone with a bit of insight would know that this thing is the best companion when it grows up. In the future, it can bring you across thousands of mountains and rivers, fly all over the world, not to mention help you in battle. The most important thing is that it looks good. I don't need to tell you how much face it will bring out, right? This is a thunder tiger that can grow huge wings when it grows up. It has horns. One horn gathers wind and clouds, the other gathers thunder and lightning. It's like bringing a fighter jet with you. Wherever it goes, the wind and clouds will gather, thunder and lightning will flash. The more Swishaodua spoke, the brighter the girl's eyes became. Swishaodua lectured, is this something that can be bought with money? You have to use the jade of astral souls to appraise it. Astral souls jade, then astral souls jade. Just tell me how much you want. What do you mean by just saying without a price? That's right, that's right. I have jade of astral souls too. Xiao Duo shook his head like a rattledrum and said, "No. My family is in trouble. My sister has cerebral palsy since she was young. I want to sell it at a high price to aid my cultivation. Move aside, move aside. You guys only have a little bit of wealth. How can you compare with a first-grade heaven?" Xiao Duo was obviously trying to change the concept. The girls in front of him could not be compared with a first-grade heaven. However, a first-grade heaven would not rashly pay a high price for a tiger cub. But the girls did not know about this. Furthermore, a few of them came from families that might not be any weaker than a first-grade heaven. Therefore, the 100 girls who had gathered there all had a fierce look in their eyes. "Go, where are you going? Do you think you can still leave? If you don't sell it to me, you're not allowed to leave. Sell it to me, I can pay a high price." The girls were all excited by Xiaoduo's words. "That's right. It's so cute, so beautiful, so cute. When it was young, it was a pet. When it grew up, it was a mount. When it grew up, it was a battle partner. Its overall combat power was not low. With this by tiger, it was like carrying a plane with them. They could go wherever they wanted without needing to queue for tickets. Just thinking about it made them feel great." Xiao Duo rushed to the left. The left side immediately blocked him. To the right, there was a wall of people on his right. Countless girls stuck out their chests and resolutely did not retreat a single step. Moreover, they were approaching aggressively. To the back. "I can't turn around. There's a dangerous aura behind me. It should be the teachers. Oh my god, my scalp is numb." Xiao Duo made a prompt decision and said, "How about this? These little guys are not even a month old. If I don't sell them quickly, I'm afraid I can't raise them. Since you guys are so sincere, I'll auction them off. I also know that I can't afford to offend you girls. If I don't give them to anyone, I'll offend you even more. Let's just auction it off. I don't want much. I'll start with a piece of high-grade jade of astral souls. The highest bidder wins. How about it? I'm not cheating, right?" Xiao Duo immediately made a decision. In Xiaoduo's heart, what was cute? Was it useful? They were so young and still needed to raise them. Where would he find the time? Money. Cultivation resources. This was the real deal. Starting with a piece of high-grade jade of astral souls. So cheap. I'm determined to get it. 10 pieces. 10 times the starting price. Who else? Go away, I'll pay 100 pieces. 100 times the starting price. Forget it, I'll pay 500. 5,000 pieces of high-grade jade of astral souls. Xin Piao shouted. She actually increased the price tenfold. 5,500. 7,000. 10,000. 14,000. In the blink of an eye, the price had already exceeded 10,000. The highest bidder was Yu Yan Air. She had already bid 17,000 pieces of high-grade jade of astral souls. Everyone, everyone. Yu Yan Air shouted, there are still 9 of them left. I don't have much left. I've already used up all I have. Everyone, please let me go. I'm deeply grateful. I'll definitely repay you in the future. There are still so many left. Sisters, if we fight too hard, Class Monitor Zhuo will only take advantage of us. Class Monitor Zhuo is an unscrupulous businessman. Don't be fooled. Spend wisely. As she spoke, she bowed and thanked them. Xiao Duo gritted his teeth. He wanted to kick this girl 30,000 meters away. I'll send you 1,000 miles away. But after thinking about it, he decided to bear with it. If he wanted to teach her a lesson, he would have plenty of chances. The key now was to sell the goods. After today, he would make swollen challenge her 100 times a day. Chapter 435. After hearing Yu Yen-er's words, the girls pondered for a while and agreed with her. Especially the 17,000 upper-grade jade of astral souls, it was indeed a rather high price tag. Most of them could not afford to pay so many jade of astral souls. If the sisters continued to argue, Zhou Xiaoduo would be rich. Didn't they see that he was smiling so widely that his teeth were exposed? His back was almost visible. Tisk. Bah. Shut up. Profiteer. Bitch. In an instant, the girls were united against a common enemy. Thus, the first by tiger was bought by Yu Yen-er for 17,000 upper-grade jade of astral souls. Immediately after, the second by tiger was bought by Zhen Piapiao for 17,000. For the third by tiger, a girl from class 2 had already bid 17,000. She wanted to buy it in one go, but she was a little too hasty, causing the others to feel a sense of crisis. They only felt that 17,000 had already become the final price. Why did it become a mess? She wanted to buy it at a fixed price. She was the early bird that got it first. Was she bullying them because they had no money? Suddenly, there was another round of shouting. It was still the girl who had bid 17,000 at the beginning who finally bought it at 24,000. The imposing manner of facing a common enemy suddenly melted away like ice. They were once again in a competitive relationship. When it came to the fourth by tiger, it set a new record and was sold at 25,000. The fifth one was sold at 30,000. In the blink of an eye, 5 white tiger cubs were sold. Only 4 were left. The 5 girls who had already bought the by tiger hugged their by tiger and smiled like a flower. Who cared if they were sisters or not? They just hid in a corner and teased them. The by tiger whimpered, and the girls were all beaming with joy. Their hearts melted. Sisters. What was that? I don't care. The other girls could not help but be envious and jealous. Some were even envious. The few who were hesitant at first, after licking their faces and touching the by tiger's hand, their mentality suddenly exploded. So comfortable, so cute, so obedient, so cute that I want it, I want it, I want it. As a result, the price shot up like a rocket. Many people looked at Yu Yen-er and Zhen Piapiao with strange expressions. These 2 girls were the ones who instigated us to resist the high price, but in the end, when they got their hands on it, they immediately withdrew. Fuck, this little bitch. Tonic billion. Little bitches, I've been fooled by you. In a fit of anger, he sold the 6th one for 32,000. The 7th one, 36,000. On the 8th head, the 3 girls didn't give in and competed with each other. The price kept going up until it broke through the 40,000 mark. Finally, it was sold at 42,000. As for the few girls who didn't make a move earlier, they were so regretful that their intestines were swollen. Soon, there was only one left. In the beginning, everyone had the same idea: let the rich ones take it first. Maybe in the end, those who couldn't afford it would take advantage of me. Who would have thought that the price would soar all the way to the top? Not only did they not gain any advantage, they even soared to the top of the clouds. As a result, those who were able to get one in the beginning were now unable to afford the price themselves. What the fuck? There were only 2 girls left who were relatively wealthy. When it came to the last one, it was a complete hand-to-hand battle. The 2 girls bid with red eyes. This time, it broke through the 50,000 mark. After a fierce battle, a local girl from Fenghai finally bid 68,888 pieces of high-grade astral souls jade. As for the one who lost, her eyes were blue and her face was full of unwillingness. With her net worth, if she had made a move earlier, she would have been able to get it. She was hoping for a fluke, but unfortunately, she was one step behind. In the end, it was like drawing water with a bamboo basket. It was all for naught. Looking at the big tiger in someone's arms, her eyes turned red and she was about to cry. Others got one for 17,000, but I bid 67,000, and it was all for naught. This feeling was as depressing as a dog. However, the winner's face didn't look good either. After all, it was bought at a high price. Just thinking about it made her want to vomit blood. Looking back at Chen Piapiao and Yu Yen, who got one for 17,000, they were so envious that their eyes turned blue. This was a surefire way to save both money and face. Both sides of the coin were covered. If they had known, they would have been the first to bid. They definitely wouldn't have spent so much money. It was a pity that money couldn't buy things. It was an ancient truth. At this point, the 9 baby tigers each had their own owner. Sua Xiao Duo smiled and took out a few pieces of paper. Junior sisters, come. If you haven't paid the money, give me an IOU. You just have to pay within a month. We're blood brothers. If one of us can't pay the balance within a month, it's okay. I'll spread the news and look for another buyer at this price. I believe the new owner will be happy to take the IOU to your place to take the little tiger. Who will owe you money? I'll give it to you when we get back. The girls were all arrogant and haughty. Since they dared to bid, how could they not be able to pay? If it's a little more expensive, I can afford it. Sua Xiao Duo smiled and handed out the paper to collect the IOU. Sua Xiao Duo sold the 9 by tigers for a total of 286,888 pieces of top-grade Astral Souls jade. This profit was really beyond Sua Xiao Duo's expectations. This group of girls is really rich. That'll definitely come out again next time. Sua Xiao Duo held the 9 IOU, his face convulsing with laughter. The 9 girls also became the center of attention. They hugged their little babies and were very happy. The other girls were jealous and came over to touch them again and again. Give me a hug. Give me a hug. Wow, so cute. One of them screamed, it's licking me. Wah wah wah. Begging voices came from the girls' group. A few of them came to Sua Xiao Duo with red eyes. Class monitor Sua, get a few more. Sua Xiao Duo's head was big. He shook his head like a rattle drum. Get a few more. I won't go even if you beat me to death. With just these few, I'm already standing at the mouth of the volcano. If I go in and get more, I won't be able to see the sun tomorrow. Behind them, not far away, the dozen or so head teachers looked at each other. To be honest, these baby astral beasts were of high quality. They were at the nascent soul stage, but they were still in the infancy stage and needed a long period of growth. If they were really sold, the average price of 20,000 top-grade astral souls was already a sky-high price. However, in such a special environment, Sua Xiao Duo sold them at twice the price, and no one said that he was black-hearted. The starting price was a stone of astral souls, and the subsequent prices were all raised by themselves. No one could say that he was black-hearted, right? This little bastard. Is he in your class? A teacher looked at Wen Xingtian with a dark face. Ahem, he's our class monitor. Is he the Sword King? Kicking the crotch. Ahem. Why? He's really a bastard. Several teachers said in unison. This guy is really a bastard. He's too cunning. Several teachers sighed again and again. They were sure that even if they didn't ask for the baby astral beasts back and let Sua Xiao Duo take them away, Sua Xiao Duo would never be able to get them out and pass the inspection. They would definitely be confiscated. In the training area, no one was allowed to hunt or hurt the baby astral beasts. This was a rule. Otherwise, how could there be more astral beasts? What Swa Xiaoduo did was taboo. However, the baby astral beasts that Swa Xiaoduo got were indeed obtained by crossing the boundary into the territory of the nascent soul stage astral beasts with his own strength. It was not an opportunistic move. He had the strength to cross the boundary, but they could only let him do whatever he wanted. Even if he did that, the school would still confiscate half of the baby astral beasts. It was absolutely impossible to let him take all of them away. However, this guy was treacherous. He actually held an auction in the training area. He broke up the 9 baby astral beasts into 9 girls and each of them carried one out. This was much more difficult to deal with than Swa Xiaoduo himself. They bought the baby astral beasts with money and they were all sold at sky-high prices. You want to confiscate them? How could there be such a logic in this world? If the school really dared to do that, wouldn't it be a case of robbery? If Swa Xiaoduo did that, it would be fine. Even if he was beaten up, it would be fine. If he was a boy, it would be fine. Besides, it was a business without any capital. It was still the usual practice to leave 3 or 4 baby astral beasts for him to buy or use. However, now that the baby astral beasts were in the hands of multiple girls, what could he do? Not only would they cry in front of him and fight him to the death, but their respective families would also immediately come to him. Ah! How could you bully my Nan? Oh, it's just a bye-bye tiger. Could it be that your hidden dragon high school is so poor that you've gone mad? Everyone could already imagine such strange words and the feelings of various big shots. Therefore, these bye-bye tigers could no longer be touched. They were already private property. No matter how unwilling the hidden dragon high school was, they could only pinch their noses and accept it. From the beginning to the end, there was only one winner left in this matter. Swa Xiaoduo. This kid had earned enough cultivation resources for the 4 years of the hidden dragon high school in just one trial. Even more than that. In Fenghai, the significance and value of more than 200,000 to 300,000 high-grade jade of astral souls was too great. What kind of student is this? The teacher who had to bear the brunt of the lightning white tiger's attack had a depressed look on his face. This bastard went in for a stroll for less than 3 minutes and came out with a bunch of tigers. Then, he happened to meet me. I could only help him block it. Could it be that I had to watch him get swallowed by the lightning white tiger? As a result, I became his free labor. Could it be that this kid had already calculated all the consequences? This is simply outrageous. Thinking of himself being chased by a bunch of lightning white tigers, the teacher felt that it was too unfair. Coincidence, it must be a coincidence, ha ha ha. Wen Xingtian laughed, but in his heart, he thought, it would be strange if it wasn't calculated. Who asked you to stand so close? If that kid didn't have the confidence to let you take the blame, how could he do that? He cherishes his life more than anyone else. Do you think the nickname of Sword King is just for show? This kid is already despicable to the point where despicable is written on his face and his but is stuffed with despicable. Wen Xingtian felt that this student of his had a bright future. At the very least, it shouldn't be a problem for him to become a sword emperor, or even a sword saint in the future. His potential in swordsmanship was enormous. Compared to his future in martial arts, there was still a future. Chapter 436. However, Wen Xingtian couldn't say that out loud. I can call my students cheap, but you guys. He. No way. The other teachers were speechless. To be honest, these teachers were jealous. Look at his students. They were full of tricks. After a while, they got a lot of top-grade jade of astral souls. Then they looked at their own students, who were rushing to be slaughtered. She had been ruthlessly ripped off, yet she still had a face full of excitement and happiness. Her face was full of motherly love as she hugged that little meatball and endlessly cherished it. Sigh. This was the gap between them. He watched as the girls each obtained their own little white tigers. Regardless of whether they obtained them or not, they actually stopped catching star beasts and gathered together in groups, chattering non-stop. They were all discussing what this little thing would eat and drink. How to find a place to live. How to train it. How to recognize it as its master. Discussions like this were endless and endless. Amidst the hustle and bustle, Li Chenglong finally arrived. At this moment, Swollen's clothes had become tattered. Or rather, they had become pendants. However, he looked excited. Obviously, this guy had also gained a lot. Otherwise, he would not be so complacent. Sua Xiao Duo's mind raced. With such a powerful character beside him, how could he not make use of him? I have to follow up with the after-sales service. He shouted in a deep voice, junior sisters and students who bought the Bai Tigers just now. Please come over again. Let our handsomely, knowledgeably, explain to you the temperament of the lightning white tiger, how to raise it, what to feed it, and how to train it. Li Chenglong was confused. What? However, a few of the girls had already gathered around, each of them carrying an adorable and snow-white little white tiger in their arms. Their faces were filled with concentration, and their exquisite little ears were all perked up. Sua Xiaoduo quickly explained everything. Then, he said, knowledgeably, please start your performance. This is your highlight moment. Li Chenglong's mind was in a knot. He was speechless for a long time. I'm working hard over there, and you're doing business here. From the looks of it, he must have earned quite a bit. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so attentive. Was this considered after-sales service? However, the beauties below were already filled with curiosity. Li Chenglong wouldn't drop the ball at this time. He quickly flipped through the information of the white lightning tiger in his mind and raised a finger to Sua Xiaoduo. Sua Xiaoduo shook his head firmly. He stretched out a finger and cut it down the middle. Li Chenglong quickly gestured, okay. Sua Xiaoduo was all smiles as he held up two fingers, victory. Li Chenglong was instantly filled with motivation. After deliberating over his words, he began to speak with fervor and assurance. This matter was really not difficult for Zong Zong. He was extremely familiar with it. Even if there was some exaggeration, it would still be reasonable. When the white lightning tiger grows up, its two horns belong to the cloud attribute. The place where the white lightning tiger usually lives is often filled with clouds and mist. It's like a fairyland. When the white lightning tiger grows up, its two horns derive the ability to gather the wind and cloud. Then, it collides with each other to produce thunder and lightning. The adult white lightning tiger can control this thunder and lightning to strike where it wants to strike. In fact, this is the most important attack method of the white lightning tiger. Whenever the white lightning tiger starts to emit thunder and lightning, it's as spectacular as going through a tribulation. In the clouds and mist, a winged tiger flips up and down. There's thunder and lightning below, and the wind and rain are dark. The white lightning tiger's attack power includes biting, crashing, and even its tail and wings. These are all places where it can attack. Yes, you have to pay attention here. When it's about to reach adulthood, the white lightning tiger will grow a pair of very large wings. When it reaches adulthood, this pair of wings will be completely formed. It can carry 5 or 6 people to and fro tens of thousands of miles in a day. It's exceptionally handsome. The white lightning tiger at this stage will become very large, but it's still very beautiful. The white lightning tiger's innate talent is extremely outstanding. Even if it doesn't receive good cultivation resources in its infancy, it can still grow to the nascent soul realm. But if you provide it with sufficient nutrition and spiritual materials in its infancy, it has a very high chance of advancing to the cloud transformation realm or even higher when it reaches adulthood. The faces of the girls holding the white tiger below were all glowing. It could be cultivated to the cloud transformation realm. Or even higher. It could carry several people to and fro tens of thousands of miles in a day. When the girls who had participated in the bidding heard this information, their intestines swelled with regret. If they had known earlier, they would have bought it even if they had to go bankrupt. Next, I'll talk about how to distinguish the current state of the white lightning tiger cub, what to eat and drink before the full moon, what to eat and drink for 3 months after the full moon, and then what to eat in the future, how to provide them with spiritual materials, how to train them. Teacher Lee started the lesson. His explanation was clear and organized, from the shallow to the deep, and every detail was linked. All the girls listened with sparkling eyes. No matter if they had bought it or not, all of them listened attentively. Now, there might be a chance. What if there was someone among the 9 who couldn't afford it? When you're cultivating, you can also carry it in your arms. Cultivating is based on absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. At the same time you're absorbing, the tiger cub is also absorbing spiritual energy, so you don't have to worry about it causing trouble. In fact, this is the time when they're most obedient and docile. The girls were even more envious. Carrying it in your arms to cultivate, carrying it out to play after cultivation. Wow, did I really want it? Li Chenglong talked non-stop, all the way until the trial ended. His mouth was dry. He went up to Zhou Xiaoduo excitedly and rubbed his fingers with a wretched look on his face. Zhou Xiaoduo looked confused. Li Chenglong's face turned gloomy. Zhou Xiaoduo, ha ha ha. Li Chenglong's nose twitched. You want to go back on your word? Your spatial ring. I'll give you another 1% discount. Zhou Xiaoduo reluctantly gave in. Li Chenglong was confused. May I ask if I can repay the debt from my spatial ring in this lifetime? Good luck, Zhou Xiaoduo encouraged him earnestly. Li Chenglong's face twisted. I'm so stupid, really. I actually wanted to take money from Zhou Xiaoduo. I'm so stupid. I've lost my mind. I was wrong. Li Chenglong sighed. The girls were now feeding the little tiger's nutrient solution. They were all very careful and gentle. It was hard to describe their gentleness. Gather. A loud shout suddenly rang out. All the classes gathered and prepared to leave the trial field and return to school. The purpose of this trial was to give credits to the students. And now, the experience had been completed perfectly. The large number of star beasts hunted this time could also make up for the deficit of the Hidden Dragon High School. There was even a surplus. They lined up in a line. Li Chenglong looked around and said, Zhou, where are Little Worm and Little Ice Egg? Zhou Xiaoduo's face darkened. We'll talk when we get back. Li Chenglong sensed that things were not good and could not help turning pale as he said, Are the 2 of them? All right. Didn't I say we'll talk when we get back? Why are you being so long-winded? Li Chenglong's eyes turned red. He said sadly, Did something really happen? We'll talk about it when we get back. Li Chenglong's aura suddenly changed. A fierce murderous aura burst out. He said sternly, What happened? When Xingtian turned his head and said sternly, Shut up. Li Chenglong did not listen. He looked up and asked, Where are Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing? Why don't I see them? The other students also reacted. Yes, where are the siblings? When Xingtian took a deep breath and said lightly, We'll talk about it when we get back. This is a serious matter. When the entire class heard this, everyone instantly fell silent. The entrance and exit were checked very strictly. The higher-ups of the Hidden Dragon High School all looked gloomy. Their eyes were like swords as they looked around. Vice Principal Xiang Quangren was already nowhere to be found. This trip back made everyone feel that the atmosphere was not right. Their hearts were heavy and they were very depressed. Could it be that the siblings, who were so straightforward, actually got into an accident? Li Chenglong did not say a word along the way. His whole body was filled with anger and murderous aura. As he walked, drops of tears quietly fell to the ground. These few days, I was not very happy when you called me swollen. But now, I really hope that you two will suddenly appear in front of me and call me swollen. As he thought about it, he could not help but feel sad. It was hard to suppress. On the way back to Hidden Dragon High School, the matter of the ranking of all the students in Class 1 had already been thrown out of the window. His heart was filled with Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing. What exactly happened? At the entrance of Hidden Dragon High School, there was a huge hole. It was said that Vice Principal Xiang Quangren flew directly from afar and landed here in a rage, creating a huge hole. Then he went to look for the principal. Why was Vice Principal Xiang so angry? What exactly happened? Everyone's heart was heavy. As a result, the atmosphere of the entire school was shrouded in a gloomy fog. The students went to hand in their communication devices and their personal gains. The teachers counted very quickly. With more than 20 people counting together, it was naturally very fast. After counting and verifying that there was no mistake, they kept the game in the storage and changed to the next one. Sui Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong were lined up together. Swollen's mental state was somewhat abnormal, but Sui Xiaoduo did not say anything. He even hoped that Swollen's current mood could last for a while longer. Because such a mood could make a person grow quickly. Quickly see the ugliness and gloom of this world. Understand that this world was not as beautiful as one imagined. Finally, it was Sui Xiaoduo's turn. As soon as he took the communication device, the teacher suddenly said, "So it's you, kid." Instantly, all the teachers in charge of statistics turned to look at him. It was as if they had seen a rare and protected animal. Chapter 437. All the teachers in the on-duty room of the Hidden Dragon High School had a deep impression of this demon. He kept pressing buttons as if he was cheating. The teachers even suspected that the buttons of the training communicator had been broken since the beginning. They looked at the record. 45,678. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Such a number. You must be doing this on purpose, right? Do you like a straight so much? Brother, are you playing card stud? This is a straight flush. The other students who had the most didn't even have more than 10,000. This guy actually had so many. Take them out. Hence, Sui Xiaoduo started to take them out in batches like the Yangtze River. Moreover, he took out 100 at a time. He didn't even need to count them. When it reached 5,000, he took away a batch. When it reached 5,000, he took away another batch. He kept taking them out and taking them away. The other teachers and students in the queue were all stunned. Finally, the embryonic breathing realm star beasts were all taken out. However, just the embryonic breathing realm star beasts alone had taken out more than 40,000. Then, he started to take out the origin alchemy realm star beasts again. It was still a batch of 100. The origin alchemy realm star beasts were relatively large in size. They were taken out in batches. When Sui Xiaoduo finished taking them out, he counted the total number. It really was 45,678. Not one more, not one less. Everyone was stunned by this number. This guy must be one of the legendary big shots, right? If he wanted to reach such a shocking number, he would have to destroy everything in his path. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The calculation is correct. The hair on this teacher's forehead drooped down. He looked very weak. He turned around to take the last batch into the warehouse. However, he faintly felt that something was not right. However, he couldn't tell what exactly was wrong. What exactly was wrong? Why couldn't he figure it out? He could only shout, "Next!" Xiao Duo looked at his warehouse and mixed with everyone's harvest. Only then did he feel relieved and leave immediately. The dragon blood flying dagger on his body had already turned an unprecedented dark red. It was still the same, emitting a faint heat. In the end, why did Xiao Duo rest? It wasn't that Xiao Duo wanted to slack off, but the dragon blood flying dagger couldn't be used anymore. For the first time, the energy was fully absorbed. This time, he had really earned a lot and was overjoyed. The dragon blood flying dagger was fully charged, and he had earned more than 280,000 high-grade astral souls jades. Apart from that, the credits would also belong to Hai. Being the champion was definitely not a problem. After Xiao Duo, the next one was Li Chenglong. Swollen's harvest was also very impressive. After harvesting more than 9,700 astral beasts, he was firmly in second place. In third place was Meng Zhongjun, who had a little over 9,100 points. Class 1 had really taken the top 3 places in this experiential learning. Back in the classroom. When Li Chenglong saw that the seat beside him was empty, he could no longer hold it in. He choked with sobs and said, "Did something really happen to them? Are they gone?" Suddenly, he burst into tears and wailed. The atmosphere in the class was solemn and heavy. A few girls' faces were red, including Zhen Piapiao and Yu Yen. Even though they were still hugging Bai Hu, they suddenly did not feel happy anymore. Wen Xingtian was also in a bad mood. When he saw that everyone was present, he said a few words and waved his hand. "School is over. Go back and cultivate. Don't run around if you have nothing to do." Then, he went out first. The students' footsteps were as heavy as 1,000 pounds. When they walked to the empty seats of Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing, they could not help but take a few more glances at them. All of them looked sad. Xiao Duo stood at the side and said gloomily, "What are you looking at? Is it strange that someone is missing? When we gather a year after graduation, even if half of them are missing, it's still considered missing. When we gather 10 years later, it's already a great fortune if 10 of them are still alive. Isn't it just 2 people who died? Can't you see past this kind of thing?" Xiao Duo said gloomily, "As a martial artist, can't you see past life and death? Today, Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing are missing. Who knows who will be missing tomorrow? Isn't it normal to lose one's life because of carelessness?" Xiao Duo said, "Stop looking. Go back. While you're still alive, sleep more and play more. If you don't want to die, then practice more." His voice was cold, gloomy, and even ruthless. Many students looked up at him angrily. Class monitors, why are you so cold? It's our classmates who are missing. Our classmates who get along with each other day and night. Then what do you want? Cry. If crying can save them, how about I take the lead and cry first? Xiao Duo said coldly, "What's the use of your concern? Can you avenge them? You're not even as good as them. How dare you criticize me? Think about your own insignificant cultivation. Ha! What's there to cry about? Maybe you'll be the ones dying tomorrow. What's the big deal? Anyway, I won't cry." Xiao Duo rolled his eyes. "Those who die deserve it." Jia Kuang snorted angrily and strode out. Duo, wait until my cultivation surpasses yours. I'll beat you until you cry. Duo laughed and mocked him desperately. So you don't dare to fight now? Ha! You'll feel good if you say something fierce, right? Jia Kuang. Beat me until I cry. Believe it or not, I'll beat you until you cry. I promise, I can do it. I can do it now. Come up if you dare. Jia Kuang clenched his fists and glared at Duo with fire in his eyes. Duo sent him flying with a kick. With your cultivation, who knows when you'll die in a daze. How dare you make trouble for me in the future? Get lost. Duo's words offended all the students in the class. They walked out with fire in their eyes, feeling like their chests were about to explode. However, what Duo said was right. With his cultivation base, how could he take revenge for his classmate? Even if they met the murderer, wouldn't they just be giving up their lives? Cultivate. Cultivate. Work hard to defeat Duo. Just to defeat this damn Duo. If they didn't beat him to death, they would beat his cheap mouth. After everyone left, Li Chenglong still stood there in a daze. However, he didn't cry anymore. His eyes were no longer red. He seemed to be thinking. It's swollen. Let's go. Duo sighed. I know you're upset. I know you can't bear to part with Xiangbing, but the dead can't come back to life. Let's go back and find a place to drink. Li Chenglong was stunned. Then, he suddenly smiled and scolded in a low voice, Swa, I was almost fooled by you. You're a fucking bastard. How dare you lie to me? Duo was stunned. Then, he said, you're a smart bastard. Shut your fucking mouth. We'll talk when we get back. Don't you understand? Li Chenglong was completely relieved. He made a face and then wiped his eyes. However, his tears fell again. Well done. Continue. Duo whispered. Li Chenglong suddenly showed a sorrowful look. He opened his mouth and began to cry. Little ice egg. Duo almost fell over. Sure enough, anyone could be the best actor. This guy had such a trick up his sleeve. He had underestimated him in the past. He grabbed someone's scalp and left quickly. When Xingtian stepped into the secret room, there were quite a few people in the secret chamber, but only 2 of them were free. One of them was Yi Changqing, and the other was Xiang Kuangren. Both of them looked gloomy, as if water could drip from their faces. Of the other 5 people, 3 of them were still alive and tied to the pillars, while the other 2 were dead and thrown to the side. How is it? When Xingtian asked as soon as he came in. Did they confess? They did. Yi Changqing said calmly, I believe there are not many people in this world who can insist on not confessing under our methods. Then who did it? They confessed that it was a message from a whole master of the Tao seeking alliance. Ask the Tao League. It's them. When Xingtian's eyes flashed. He said, but it's easy now that we have a target. Principal, what do you plan to do next? Yi Changqing sucked in a breath of air and said, the Tao seeking alliance's power is neither big nor small. It's a gang formed by over 1,000 martial artists. Its alliance leader is an early-stage cloud transformation cultivator. However, the key now is the time to act. Just an early-stage cloud transformation cultivator. When Xingtian snorted. I can deal with him alone. But this matter. Do we need to wait one more day for the other party to transfer the money and find out the other party's account number? Or do we act now? When Xingtian asked. Yi Changqing had a headache. He said, now we're struggling with this problem. If we act now, we're afraid of alerting the enemy. Then wait. Wen Xingtian made a prompt decision. He said, it wasn't easy to find a clue. Let's not target it. After asking the Dao League, the clue was cut off. Asking the Dao League is just a gang with a cloud transformation cultivator as its leader. What qualifications does it have to instigate such a disturbance? It definitely has nothing to do with the core. Yi Changqing paced 2 steps and said, that's right. So for this operation, we must capture everyone related to the Dao League in one fell swoop. We can't miss a single person, and we can't kill a single person. We must capture them all alive. We must not let them go unpunished. Interrogate them one by one. We must pry open a gap from this side. Xiang Kuangren said, since the target has been confirmed, I'll apply for Sister Shi, Sister Lu, and Old Chang's family to participate in this operation as well. Even if we can't take revenge from the root, it's good to see the light at the end of the tunnel. Wen Xingtian and Yi Changqing fell silent at the same time. After a long time, Yi Changqing let out a long sigh. All right. However, the others must not know. Then, they should not make a move if they can. For the time being, it's better to hide in the dark. Otherwise. Manpower for the operation. The entire school's upper management, all the teachers in the school. Wen Xingtian frowned. Kuangren, Xingtian, the 2 of you are in charge of the operation. I'll hold the line in midair and confirm if there are any unusual movements among the people dispatched. Yi Changqing's expression was solemn. Okay. This was undoubtedly a major breakthrough. The few unsolved cases of more than 20 years had finally revealed the tip of the iceberg today. The 3 of them felt their blood boiling. Monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 438. However, Yi Changqing and the other 2 were also indescribably angry. Because this Dao League had always had a good relationship with the Hidden Dragon High School for decades before this. Almost every year, they would donate a lot of money. Before this, the 3 of them had never thought that this matter would actually be related to the Dao League. No wonder Yi Changqing's face was so gloomy. The reason why they were all captured alive and not killed on the spot was just in case. What if it was just a hall master of the Dao League who was stirring up trouble, and the others were innocent and didn't know anything? They couldn't kill the wrong person. The cries of the Xiang family shook the sky. The roars of the Xiang family men resounded throughout the entire Fenghai city. Revenge! Revenge! The roars of the Xiang family. Countless experts of the Xiang family spread out their powerful divine senses and enveloped the entire Fenghai city. Something big had happened to the Xiang family. Countless rumors and guesses spread rapidly throughout the entire Fenghai city. What happened to the Xiang family? I don't know. Something big must have happened. Maybe someone died. I think so too. Otherwise, they wouldn't have such a big reaction. Maybe it's an important person who died. Look. Someone discovered that the younger generation who came in and out of the Xiang family were all dressed in mourning clothes. Although the older generation didn't change their clothes, they were also dressed in plain clothes, either green, blue or black. In short, all the bright clothes were gone. So it's the younger generation who died. It can't be the most outstanding of the younger generation, Xiang Chong or Xiang Bing, right? Hiss. It's really possible. It said that Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing participated in the trial of the Hidden Dragon High School. But I didn't see them come back. Hiss. Then this matter is serious. It's more than that. I heard that the person in charge of this training is Vice Principal Xiang Kuangren, who has just returned. The first time he returned, his great-grandchildren got into an accident. It's inexcusable whether it's for public or private reasons. As the turmoil grew bigger and bigger, the Xiong family outside hurriedly returned. In the villa, Li Chenglong and Zhou Xiao duo were constantly reviewing the game. After knowing that Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing were fine, Li Chenglong's spirit returned. In this trial, you are first, and I am second. The top 3 are all ours. Our class has taken up more than half of the top 30 spots. We have about 25 spots, right? Li Chenglong sighed. But compared to the liveliness of the previous years, this year's trial, which has always been regarded as the #1 honor among the freshmen, has actually been washed away to the point where there isn't even the slightest bit of atmosphere. I don't know what to say. Zhou Xiao duo squinted. What kind of atmosphere do you want? If Xiang Bing and Xiang Chong were not fine, don't you know how you would feel? What's more, the grand meeting will be held 3 days later to celebrate and summarize the results of this trial. It's not time yet, so how do you know what will happen then? That's true. Li Chenglong asked, what exactly happened? Zhou Xiao duo recounted everything in detail. He did not leave out even the slightest bit of detail. This included the first time he attacked, when the other party resisted or was caught off guard and was sent flying. He described everything in detail. Then, Li Chenglong recorded it down. Not only did he record the details of this incident, but he also pieced together the past of the few principals who had resigned. Li Chenglong began to gather, disperse, analyze individually, combine, analyze, exchange, and blend that a few pieces of jade of astral souls were played around by Li Chenglong like props. Something's not right. This incident most likely has nothing to do with the rape and murder case at Vice Principal Chang's house. Li Chenglong said with certainty, there's another scheme behind this. It should be another faction's attempt to shift the blame to Jiangdong. The inclination of this method is too obvious. They probably want to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. No matter what happens, it will be beneficial to the person who set the trap. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. It's not just about Vice Principal Xiang himself, but also killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Zhou Xiao duo frowned and pondered. There's still too little information about this incident. I can't analyze more and it's hard to come to a conclusion. But so far, the clues point to a third-party scheme. Li Chenglong pasted a large piece of paper on the wall and began to draw a relationship diagram. First, it's related to Principal Yi Changqing's damaged heart meridian. Then, it's Vice Principal Xiang's incident at the River of Forgetfulness. Then, it's Vice Principal Shi's past. After that, it's Vice Principal Lu's incident, and Vice Principal Chang's incident. Then, the following are related. In the middle is Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts. Everything extends from here. The replacement vice principals are here. They can be roughly divided into 4 points. Around here are the big families and gangs of Fenghai City. I'm still collecting information about this. Now, there must be a lot missing. It's still far from being perfect. Here is the prince's mansion of the Central Plains, which can't be avoided in Fenghai City. And here, in the distant Shangjing. The big cities around here. And even the big cities that radiate the whole country. It might not be from there. It might not be only Fenghai and Shangjing that can operate. There are too many possibilities. Also, there's the factor of the River of Forgetfulness. Only the Umno Alliance has the River of Forgetfulness, but it appeared in Fenghai. It's almost certain that there must be a stronghold of the Umno Alliance in Fenghai. And there must be a special treasure like the River of Forgetfulness, which only the Umno Alliance has. At least some of the core stargates of the Umno Alliance must exist. It might not be the doing of these things by the Umno Alliance. These are all clues. Li Changlong's face was serious. He connected the lines to each other, as if he was playing with the right answer. It didn't take long for the lines to be densely drawn. If someone with trypophobia saw this, they would definitely not be able to stand it. However, Li Changlong's face was full of enjoyment. Finding out what he needed from these complicated clues was what he liked to do the most. On the other hand, Sui Xiaoduo's face was filled with disgust. Looking at the dense lines gave him a headache. You do it slowly. I'm going back to practice. Oh. Li Changlong was absent-minded. Then, he was suddenly shocked. What about the two of them? They're safe. Sui Xiaoduo disappeared with a whoosh. Safe. Li Changlong shook his head and drew another line, connect from here. This piece of paper is still too small. There are too few empty spaces left. In the future, if I want to deduce everything, I need to add too many things. When Li Changlong was done, it was already an hour later. He went up and called Sui Xiaoduo down to take a look. This is what I've just deduced. Look at the top. Sui Xiaoduo felt a headache. It's not even 1/3 yet. I can't understand it even if I look at it. There aren't any clear clues. Let's talk about it after you analyze it clearly. Li Changlong's face immediately turned bitter. He had spent so much effort and so much time. How could he be like this? Humph. Let's go. Follow me to sell things. Let's go to the first grade of the firmament. That's where you need to work. Show off your knowledge and your eloquence. First grade of the firmament. What good things do you have to sell? I have a lot of good things. They can blind your eyes. Just watch. Sui Xiaoduo pulled Li Changlong out of the door. On the other side. In the warehouse of the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School, a few teachers were staying up late to check their gains. The more they checked, the more they felt that something was wrong. Come over and take a look. Why do I feel that the color of these Starfire Fox skins is too dull? The skins of these bears are also dull. And these. Damn, why are there so many things wrong? There are also some here. I was wondering why I felt that something was wrong with these gains. But I couldn't tell what the problem was. So it's like this. What's going on? Check the inner core. The condition of the inner core is also not right. A teacher frowned. This seems to be caused by the lack of energy in these star beasts. Compared to other beasts of the same species, they are missing at least 1/3 of their vitality. I have the same feeling too. It's about 1/3. Not only their skins, even their bones, inner core, blood, and spiritual energy. They are all weakened by 1/3. But this shouldn't happen. Could it be that these star beasts are all malnourished? Pooh. To hell with malnourishment. Can they still be used? They can still be used, and it doesn't affect them much. But it feels like there's a fly in a perfectly good meal. It's really disgusting. Will these hinder the sale? It definitely will. We can only sell them at a discount. If we don't sell them at a discount, it will definitely affect our reputation. It won't be good for the future. Let's talk to the finance department and the school's affairs department. Let them send people over to take a look. Don't think that we are. That's true. These two departments are so troublesome every day. They are always blocking people. I don't like them. You go. Sigh. Actually, we don't have to tell them. The affairs department is Vice Principal Wu's people. We can just let them take it over and sell it. As for the problems, what does it have to do with us? The ones the students handed in are all fine. Damn, Zhang Xiaofei. You are so cunning now. Where did you learn this from? Hee hee. They almost blocked me to death. Besides, I'm not scheming against them. This is wisdom. I'm judging the situation. Hee hee. Good idea. Let's do that. Judge the situation. Sui Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong walked leisurely and arrived at Common Sky Grade 1. Li Chenglong's eyes wandered around. He wanted to look for the decorative puppy again. He was still thinking about the puppy. Sui Xiaoduo entered first with his head held high. Where's your manager Kai? I have a big deal and plan to talk to him about it. Sui Xiaoduo had his hands behind his back. His temperament was unusually cold. Sorry for the late update. When I woke up in the morning, my wrist was very swollen. So I went to the hospital for the whole morning. The ointment that I kept on was out of stock. After the swelling subsided, I took a few normal ones from the hospital. Chapter 439. This. Young master, may I know what kind of business it is? You should at least tell me so that I can report to the manager. Otherwise, the manager will scold me, ha. The rank 1 firmament receptionist had obviously undergone strict training. His words were neither servile nor overbearing. His words were meaningful and amiable. It was easy for him to get close to people. I have a large number of live star beasts that I want to sell. Sui Xiaoduo said, roughly, there should be at least a few 100,000 kilograms. The problem now is whether you can eat them. More than a few 100,000 kilograms. The receptionist did not say anything and immediately left in a hurry. There were not many people who dared to joke around with rank 1 firmament, even though Sui Xiaoduo's cultivation was very low. After a while, a middle-aged man came out with a smile. "Aw, isn't this young Master Zhua?" "Young Master Zhua, young Master Li, hello, long time no see, please, please. You still remember us?" Sui Xiaoduo was a little confused by Manager Kai's attitude. Customers who come to rank 1 firmament are all our gods. Remembering the names of gods is naturally our basic professional quality. Every customer who has taken care of our shop within this year must be remembered by every receptionist. If we can't remember or call them wrongly, our salary and bonus for this month will be gone. Manager Kai laughed. Fortunately, the two of you are so outstanding that I have a deep impression of you. Ha! Li Chenglong and Sui Xiaoduo looked at each other. There were really talents in all walks of life. This matter looked simple, but in reality, it was extremely difficult. Rank 1 firmament was full of people. It was unimaginable to remember all the customers who came and call out their names. However, Manager Kai had done it. Both of them had only come here once, but they were able to accurately call out their names after so many days. It could be seen that this manager was really something. Manager Kai directly brought the two of them to a large open space behind the shop and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, young Master Zhua. The star beast's corpses can only be placed here. It's a little rude. Please don't leave later. I'll set up a table to apologize to you." "You're welcome." Sui Xiaoduo said, "We're also quite busy." He wanted to finish the job quickly, earn some extra money, and leave. Otherwise, you'll be scolded if you're late. Manager Kai chuckled along with him. Sui Xiaoduo waved his hand. Hundreds of pythons appeared first. Apart from the Origin Core Realm pythons, there was also a Soul Transformation Realm Python King. Their snow-white skin was still flickering with fluorescent light. The outer skin of each python was intact. Manager Kai's expression immediately changed. After throwing out so many giant snakes at once, there was no blood at all. It was obvious that the wounds on the snakes were very small. In other words, all the flesh and blood essence was still in the best condition. Judging from the color, these pythons had all just died, so their freshness was also extremely high. Just these snakeskins alone were enough to make tens of thousands of high-end clothes. Not to mention that there were at least hundreds of thousands of kilograms of snake meat inside. Young Master Zhua is truly generous. These are all goods from the Hidden Dragon trial area. The Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Academy has long agreed that cultivators who aren't from the academy are not allowed to go into hunt. It's been a long time since there were so many goods. Manager Kai expressed his deep admiration. Can you eat all these? Zhua Xiaoduo asked. Ha ha ha. Young Master Zhua, you're joking. Although the goods given by Young Master Zhua are excellent and there are a lot of them, even if it's 100 times more, we'll still be able to eat all of them. As long as it's something given by Young Master Zhua, no matter how many there are, we'll take it. We'll definitely be happy to see it. Manager Kai's tone was very arrogant, but it didn't make people feel disgusted. That's good. I'm really afraid that you won't be able to eat them. Zhua Xiaoduo waved his hand. Suddenly, countless star beast corpses filled the backyard of a few thousand square meters like hailstones. They were piled up more than 10 meters high. This is all I have. No problem, right? Eat all of them. The muscles on Manager Kai's face kept twitching. Damn, I was too full of myself just now. Young Master Zhua's space ring was like a bottomless pit. How could it be so big? The interspatial ring itself was already a rare treasure. Manager Kai, do the math. Zhua Xiaoduo said calmly, I've selected the best quality of meat according to your menu. It's best to gather spiritual energy, has the best texture, and can even make use of the fur. I've selected and kept them. Li Chenglong smiled and said, Manager Kai, your purchase price is very clear. This kind of white jade python, regardless of its fur, blood, flesh, or inner core, as long as it's in good condition, you'll buy them all at the price of 1 mid-grade astral soul's jade per kilogram. Moreover, the fur and inner core are calculated separately. And this starlight badger, your price is. And this star-piercing deer, and this. Manager Kai stared at the other person who had just opened his mouth, dumbfounded. This fellow had actually recited the acquisition manual from his side. As his mind raced, he couldn't help but feel dizzy. Do you guys have to put in so much effort? The rarer something is, the more expensive it is. You guys have so many astral beasts. No matter how good the quality is, it's easy to cause oversupply and inflation. Manager Kai's mouth twitched and he muttered, Young Master Zhua, do you want to pay with astral soul's jade? Or do you want to pay with star yuan coins? Half star yuan coins, half astral soul's jade. But the astral soul's jade only needs high-grade ones. Of course, if there's a top-grade astral soul's jade, it's best to pay with a top-grade one. Manager Kai smiled bitterly. Looks like Young Master Zhua is really new here. Where would you find top-grade astral soul's jade in the world now? In Fenghai, all the top-grade astral soul's jade have been taken away by your Hidden Dragon High School to treat your Principal Ye's illness. Otherwise, why would the astral soul's jade market be so chaotic in Fenghai? Zhua Xiaoduo was stunned. Principal Yi. What illness? Why does he need top-grade astral soul's jade for treatment? It's said that there's a problem with your Principal Ye's heart. I don't know the details. Manager Kai spoke carefully. Zhua Xiaoduo was deep in thought. The old man is sick. And it's an illness that's related to his heart. But why didn't I see it the last time? But, top-grade astral soul's jade. Sigh, I wonder how much I need that I really owe Hidden Dragon High School. If I didn't know, it's fine. Now that I know, I can't pretend that I don't know. I'm going to lose money again. Zhuo Xiaoduo suddenly felt his heart ache. Although he hadn't taken it out, his heart was in so much pain that it was spasming that he calculated the details. Manager Kai went to ask the supervisor. Zhuo Xiaoduo's bank account had an extra 5 billion star coins in reserve. At that moment, he felt that he had financial freedom in this life. His sleeves were filled with gold, and it was just an ordinary life. And with this transfer, the cash flow of the first-grade firmament was emptied. After all, the first-grade firmament had always paid with Astral Soul's jade. They didn't have a lot of star coins on hand. As for the other 2/3, they were all paid with high-grade star coins. In an instant, another 130,000 high-grade Astral Soul's jade was in his hands. Zhuo Xiaoduo was very generous. He shook his hand and gave Swollen 10,000. Your commission. Swollen flattered. Thank you, boss. Boss is so generous. I wish you to be the groom every day and enter the bridal chamber every night, getting harder and harder. Zhuo Xiaoduo said lightly, you have to return what you borrowed. After all, your commission has already been repaid. These 10,000 high-grade star coins will be returned to you at 90%. Li Chenglong was very open-minded. I don't care. You can calculate as you wish. Here are 2 VIP cards, Qin Feng said. Before they left, Manager Kai asked the supervisor to give them 2 high-grade Astral Souls Jade VIP cards. Young Master Sua and Young Master Li, please accept them. With these cards, you can eat at our restaurant anytime. All your expenses will be at a 30% discount. This is our restaurant's best offer. It's just a small token of our appreciation. The boss said that he will come to Fenghai as soon as possible and specially treat young Master Sua and young Master Li to a meal. When the time comes, please give us some face. Okay, you're too polite. Thank you, boss. Zhuo Xiaoduo was a little emotional. He patted Manager Kai's shoulder. Old Kai, you're a talent. Li Chenglong agreed with this sentence. This Manager Kai was truly a genius in the workplace. He was smooth and slick, and the way he spoke was extremely appropriate. Every word he said made people feel comfortable and at ease. He gave people the greatest respect and the highest treatment, but he did not make people feel flattered. This kind of person was really rare in this world. At least, the 2 of them had never seen him before. You're flattering me. Manager Kai smiled pleasantly. I hope to work with young Master Sua and young Master Li in the future. When I have the time, I will definitely give you some face and let this Kai have a chance to offer a cup of wine to the 2 of you. After leaving rank one of the firmaments for a while, Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong were still talking about Manager Kai. This way of dealing with people and dealing with people, he's really good at dealing with people. He's impeccable. Li Chenglong praised. His cultivation doesn't seem to be very high, but his brain is really good. He's a super talent in dealing with people and dealing with people. It's true that there's always a master in every profession. That's right. If we want to do anything in the future, we can consider poaching him. Zhuo Xiaoduo was thinking about another thing. This kind of talent is not easy to poach, right? Li Chenglong shook his head. Zhuo Xiaoduo, ha ha ha. Suddenly, someone shouted. Zhuo Xiaoduo. Li Chenglong. The 2 of them looked in the direction of the voice and saw 2 people walking side by side in the crowd. Their faces were full of surprise. They were the 2 brothers, Gao Qingxiang and Gao Qingyun. Behind them, there was a beautiful girl with a slim figure. She was dressed in red and under the neon lights, she was like a dazzling flame. What a coincidence. Gao Qingxiang laughed and asked, where did the 2 of you go? Xiao Duo smiled and said, "We're just walking around. It's our first time here and we rarely have time. We wanted to see the legendary ancient capital." "What are you?" "Sigh, don't mention it. This girl insisted on buying clothes today. Her family was worried, so they kicked us out to be bodyguards." Gao Qingxiang looked miserable. "We've been walking around for hours. My legs are about to break." Li Chenglong looked sympathetic. "That's what it's like to walk around with a girl." "Ha! Ah." Chapter 440. The girl in red looked at Xiao Duo curiously. "This is Xiao Duo, the champion of the Longhu list." Gao Qingxiang smiled awkwardly and said, "This is my sister, Gao Qiao, Yes, this is Xiao Duo, class monitor Zhua. This is Li Chenglong, vice class monitor Li, Qiao, You can't be rude." Gao Qiao looked at Xiao Duo's face and smiled. "How can I be rude? Those two bully me every day at home." "Ha! Hello, Brother Zhua. Although we're in the same grade, this is the first time I've seen you in person. I'm from Class 9, Grade 1. Xiao Duo said enthusiastically, "So you're classmates. That's nice." Gao Qiao stretched out her slender hand. Xiao Duo shook it and said, "Then you can go ahead and have fun. Li Chenglong and I are almost done. We're going back." "What's the hurry?" Gao Qingxiang pulled Xiao Duo and said, "You said it yourself that we have some free time today. It's still early, so we'll just be sitting around if we go back. Junior brother Zhua, do us a favor and chat with us." Sigh. Shopping. Gao Qingyun also had an eager look on his face. Xiao Duo looked embarrassed. "This." Li Chenglong said, "Zhua, it's rare for Senior Gao to be so enthusiastic. We haven't had a good time in Fenghai City. We said we were going to walk around today, but we haven't been to many places. It's rare to have two local bullies." Xiao Duo was a little tempted. "This." Gao Qingyun said, "Let's find a place to drink later." "Haha, there's a show to watch." Xiao Duo was interested. "What show?" "The Wu family is going too." Gao Qingyun chuckled coldly. "Junior brother Zhua, don't think that we're enemies. Everyone in the country knows about the real enemies. Do you think it's so easy to get over the trouble caused by the Wu family?" Xiao Duo. "Don't worry, we don't have any problems now." Gao Qingyun put his arm around Xiao Duo's shoulder and sneered in a low voice, "We have no way to resist the pressure from the family. Besides, we have never thought of going against you. In this world, who would be willing to go against a genius who has the potential to soar to the sky? He is either a madman or a fool. You are the kind of genius that can soar to the heavens. Either we kill him with a single blow, or our clan will be destroyed in the future." Gao Qingyun said sincerely, "So we chose not to be your enemy. After all, you were forced to do that. If you had a choice, you wouldn't have taken the initiative to be our enemy. The Wu clan must have the same idea as us. However, our two families still need to discuss the principles of the past. Someone from his family died, and so did someone from my family. Since I can't find trouble with you, I have to find trouble with another target. I have to vent my anger, don't I?" It had to be said that Gao Qingyun's words were quite sincere and reasonable. That was the reason. No one could swallow this anger. After all, they needed a place to vent their anger. However, if they couldn't find trouble with Xiao Duo, how could they vent their anger? Besides Xiao Duo, who else was qualified to be their target? Xiao Duo smiled bitterly and said with the same sincerity, "Senior Gao, to be honest, I didn't want to come to Hidden Dragon Academy. If it wasn't for that incident, I would have been very happy to come. However, that incident happened. I really didn't want to come. Why? The hatred between our two families. How can a mere junior like me withstand it? However, who would have thought that it would suddenly become like this because of the hatred between the elders? That Wu Yuntian didn't want to let it go, as if he had been wronged. I still don't understand. Didn't they benefit from the incident that year? It was our Phoenix City's second high who suffered, okay? They didn't suffer at all. How could it be like this? Shouldn't there be a reason for this? Sua Xiao Duo said with confusion, why is right and wrong reversed like this? Gao Qingyun, Gao Qingxiang, and Gao Qiao were all startled and looked confused. What do you mean by reversed? What hatred between us? Sua Xiao Duo was speechless as he looked at the three siblings. He gritted his teeth and said, you guys don't know where the root of this is. Gao Qingxiang said, what is it? Can you just say it? Sua Xiao Duo was completely convinced. Oh my God, I really admire you. You don't know anything, then what are you doing? Sua Xiao Duo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After all this time, you still don't know anything. You didn't even do the most basic thing. Gao Qingxiang and Gao Qingyun looked at each other. Junior brothers Wa, please explain. Please. Li Chenglong said, how can we not know about this matter? Who doesn't know about the hatred between us back then? However, he was interrupted by Sua Xiao Duo. It would be unfair for us to talk about the past and who was right and who was wrong. Even if we said it, not only would you not believe us, you would even think that we were stirring up trouble. Today, we did say a few more words, but that was not our intention. I really didn't expect that your so-called grudges were just to find trouble with each other for fun. Of course, I won't shirk the responsibility. I killed them, and I can't deny it even if I want to. However, most of the older generation knows about the hatred between us back then and the root of what happened back then. For example, how the life and death arena was decided back then, the confrontation on the stage was just a minor detail. The several encounters at the hotel entrance and the verbal conflict were all monitored and recorded. Sua Xiao Duo was speechless and smiled bitterly. I thought you knew everything and understood everything. Now it seems that I thought too much. Ha! Gao Qingxiang took a step forward. Junior brothers Wa, please explain. Sua Xiao Duo stopped and said helplessly, Senior Gao, I don't believe that you still don't understand. The current situation is that I can't say anything. If I say it, everyone will think that I'm trying to drive a wedge between you. Do you understand what I'm saying? This is something that everyone already knows. Why must I, the one who shouldn't say it? You can ask a few of your own people and you'll get the answer. It's much more credible than what I say, right? Besides, I'm afraid that I can't avoid the matter between your two big families. I really don't want to get involved, I don't dare to. Senior Gao, please let me pass. Sua Xiao Duo smiled bitterly and saluted with his hands folded. Both of you are straightforward men. I sincerely hope to be friends with both of you. These are my heartfelt words. But don't look for the so-called truth from me. I'm just a tool being used by others. Sua Xiao Duo smiled bitterly and pulled Li Chenglong with him. They turned around and disappeared into the crowd in an instant. The three Gao siblings looked in the direction that Sua Xiao Duo left, deep in thought. Hatred between us back then. Why is there still hatred between us back then? How is it confusing right and wrong? Gao Qingxiang scratched his head. Sua Xiaoduo's words made me blush. So we don't know anything and the two families are just playing with each other. Is it a self-directed entertainment show? Then let's go back and ask. Gao Qingyun said, since Sui Xiaoduo said so, there must be someone who knows. But isn't it too late tonight? They've already made an appointment. If we don't go, I'm afraid our family will be at a disadvantage. Gao Qiao frowned and said. We still have to go. Gao Qingxiang said, and tonight, it said that Wu Qing, Wu Yi, and the other outstanding members of the Wu family will also be there. We might as well ask them. I think it's not just us who don't know about Sui Xiaoduo's so-called hatred between us back then. Wu Qing and the others probably don't know either. Let's go. I wanted to drag Sui Xiaoduo with me, but that guy looked like he had something to hide. Sigh, it's no wonder. He offended two big families before coming to Fenghai City. If it were me, it's normal that I wouldn't dare to come. Let's go. That night. 11:00. In the biggest Sky Fortune Hall of the Eight Dragons nightclub, the most famous money-squandering establishment in Fenghai City. More than 10 young disciples of the Wu family and more than 10 young disciples of the Gao family were confronting each other. They were ready to fight at any moment. Gao Qingxiang stepped forward and said, I really don't think it's interesting to fight every day. It's just us, and no one dares to kill each other. It's just a fight like a bullfight. What's the point of going back to the nutrition cabin? No. Not even the slightest bit. But since everyone is here today, don't mind me asking a question that has been bothering me for a long time. Why did Wu Yuntian propose the life and death battle? This matter has actually been mentioned several times, but every time I asked about it, it would end up in a fight. But today, I want to understand it. If I don't understand it, at least I won't participate in the battle. Gao Qingxiang said, Wu Yuntian is the top genius of Fenghai 13, there's no doubt about it. But why did he suddenly propose the life and death battle? Doesn't he know the danger of the life and death battle? Is it Sui Xiaoduo or someone else who provoked him? Who made him make such an unwise decision? As soon as this sentence was asked, the faces of the young leaders of the Wu and Gao families instantly darkened. He's already dead. What's the point of saying this now? Can't we get to the bottom of the matter when he's dead? There's always a reason for everything. Water has a source and a tree has a root. It's impossible for two strangers to meet without saying a word and directly engage in the life and death battle, right? Gao Qingxiang sneered. On the opposite side, a young man in his 30s from the Wu family said mockingly, You don't know about this? Then do you know why our two families fight every day? Gao Qingxiang said, Our two families have a tacit understanding that we can't target Sui Xiaoduo, the murderer, so we can only vent our anger on each other. It's nothing more than that. The young man on the opposite side laughed. That's right. We're venting our anger on each other. Since you understand, why are you asking? Are you scared, or are you scared? Gao Qingxiang narrowed his eyes. I still want to understand the reason behind it. Only then can we have a clear goal. Even if we continue to fight, we can understand it. Chapter 441. A 30-something-year-old youth from the Gao family said in a low voice, Qingxiang, don't say any more. Gao Qingxiang was stunned. He looked at the 7 or 8 Gao family youths who were as confused as him. He turned his head and said, Big brother, you also know the cause of this matter. On the opposite side, the Wu family youths were also confused. On both sides, the young leaders looked at their respective brothers who were at a loss. They looked at each other and said, Explain clearly. That's fine too. The Wu family youth took out his phone and said indifferently, I have all the recordings here. I'll show you later. Let's talk about the cause first. The cause was more than 20 years ago. The Wu family youth said indifferently, That's not right. Because of this, during the Dragon and Tiger ranking competition, the Phoenix City teacher was called Hu Ruoyun, and the Fenghai 13 high school teacher was called Li Qingqiu. And the so-called grudge between the two schools started from these two people. More than 20 years ago, Hu Ruoyun's Dantian was destroyed by Li Qingqiu. That's all. Then, whenever the two schools get together, they will fight to the death. The root cause is also because of this. But this time, the people leading the teams were all involved. And they just had to meet in the hotel. So, the conflict started from here. As he said that, he took out a cable and connected his phone to the big screen. A slightly blurry image appeared on the big screen. In the image, Li Qingqiu was leading Wu Yuntian and the others forward. Then, the elevator suddenly opened. A group of people walked out. The one in the lead was a beautiful woman, and behind her was Sua Xiaoduo. Everyone recognized him. Then, Li Qingqiu quickly walked over and said with a playful smile, "Yo, isn't this Phoenix City's second high school teacher who?" Patter. The image paused. The Wu family youth said indifferently, "Let me introduce you. This female teacher is Fenghai 13 high school teacher. She is from the Li family and is called Li Qingqiu. More than 20 years ago, he was the one who personally crippled the female teacher who led the team on the opposite side. So, the grudge between the two sides has continued to this day." Most of the 30-something youths from the two families heard about this for the first time. They all stared at the screen. Then, the scene started again. All the way until Wu Yuntian suddenly rushed out and asked about the dead principal of the opposing team, which infuriated the other team members. The video ended. It stopped at Umo Yan's angry face. The leading youth from the Wu clan said indifferently, "This is the first round." Everyone from the Gao family looked at Wu Yuntian with disdain. Wu Yuntian rushing out to humiliate them, wasn't he just looking for trouble? Knowing the outcome, they only had one thought in their minds, they were courting death. Next is the second scene. The leading young man from the Wu family operated it again. Then, another video appeared on the big screen. At the entrance of the hotel, the two teams bumped into each other again. They were both walking out, and then they stopped to talk. After the teacher finished speaking, Gao Yener, who was standing behind Li Qingqiu, took a step forward and asked the insulting words to Hu Ruoyun. Then, the teacher and the students continued to mock and ridicule him. Gao Yener and her sister took turns to insult him, and Wu Yuntian continued to insult the dead principal of the opposing team. Finally, Sua Xiaoduo started to fight back. The insults from both sides escalated. Finally, Wu Yuntian's words were heard, "Sua Xiaoduo, do you dare to fight to the death?" Gao Yener's words, "Sua Xiaoduo, you're dead." The two sides separated. The video stopped at Wu Yuntian's words, "See you in the arena." They looked at each other with murderous intent. The video ended there. The youths from the two families were speechless. In the first video, Wu Yuntian provoked him. In the second video, Gao Yener cursed. Both of them were role models, causing the situation to escalate and worsen. After that, it's on the arena. You've all seen the live broadcast. The Wu clan youth said indifferently, "That's what happened." One of the Gao family's youths stepped forward and said, "Rewind the video." Then, he pointed at Li Qingqiu's arrogant and mocking face and said through gritted teeth, "That bastard, where is he now? That guy is from the Li clan. Although he's not much, he's still a direct descendant of the Li clan. Also, after the Longhu list, he was killed halfway. Now, his meridians are shattered, his bones are broken, and his dantian is destroyed. Not only can he not recover his cultivation, but he's also only conscious. He's destined to be paralyzed for the rest of his life. Are you sure you want to find trouble with him?" The young man leading the Wu clan laughed coldly. If we could find trouble with him, why would our two clans waste time here? All the youths from the two families who didn't know what was going on suddenly felt that this matter had become boring. What was this? You insulted him like this, then forced him to fight to the death, and in the end, you gave your life to him. Your entire family is still here fighting to the death for you. This is really... Why bother? I really have to hand it to you. Wu Qing stepped forward. His face was twisted, and his usually handsome face was full of sadness. He said, "No wonder our families don't want us to find trouble with Suoshao Duo. From the beginning to the end, what does this have to do with Suoshao Duo? Do you want him to swallow his anger and not stand up for his school's reputation? Do you want him to just wait for death? He's so eager to die, putting a noose around his neck step by step. I'm speechless." Wu Qing waved his hand and left with his younger twin brother, Wu Yi. "From now on, this matter has nothing to do with us brothers. We won't participate in the battle with the Gao family again." Wu Qing left with his younger brother. Gao Qingxiang's face was also twisted, and he didn't know what to say. After a long time, he sighed. "No wonder when I met Suoshao Duo and invited him to come, he refused. When I asked him the reason, he only told me to come back and find the answer." Sigh. So our families don't dare to find trouble with the Li family, and only dare to fight among ourselves. Hee hee. At most, we'll take our anger out on Suoshao Duo. This matter is really well handled. In any case, we can't afford to lose face like this. With a wave of his hand, the three siblings left as well. Soon after, a few young people from each family turned around and left. Wu Yunhai stood there and hesitated for a moment. Finally, he sighed and said, "I'm just a side branch of our family. I've always been insignificant. I can't interfere with the big picture. I'm leaving too." Wu Yunhai left as well. In the end, the Gao family and Wu family were left with 3 or 4 leaders each. They looked at each other and saw the meaning in each other's eyes. The leader of the Gao family said calmly, "Boss Wu, you're really well prepared." The leader of the Wu family said calmly, "Boss Gao, don't tell me you didn't prepare these videos today. Today's the first time the young people from both families have gathered together." Both of them smiled sinisterly. Then, they turned around and shouted, "Wine." Boss Gao said, "You still want to compete after drinking? Same to you." They walked all the way back. "Zua, are you trying to drag the Li family into this?" Li Chenglong asked. Don't worry, it's not your Li family," Suoshao Duo said casually. Li Chenglong said impatiently, "Of course I know it's not my Li family. But why did you suddenly come up with this idea? What's the point of all these twists and turns?" Suoshao Duo said calmly, "Didn't we discuss it a few days ago? The Wu family and the Gao family are treating me like this not only because of external pressure but also because of their own reasons. We still don't know what the root cause is. Through today's meeting, we've seen them. We should be able to sense that the younger generation of these two families is hostile to us, but it's not strong. So what the real reason is? It's up for debate. Maybe I'm just a raft," Suoshao Duo said calmly. "So? There's no so. I just feel that it was a matter of 3 families. Why are there only 2 of them fighting each other? Is the Li family of Fenghai City a big family that we can't afford to offend?" Suoshao Duo said, "That's why I went through so much trouble to let them go back and find out for themselves." Li Chenglong nodded silently. "But as far as we know, that Li Qingqiu isn't from a big family. He seems to only have 2 brothers. But that's even more strange." Suoshao Duo sneered. "Li Qingqiu is the real cause of all these changes. He's the chief culprit. Why should he be able to live a peaceful life? Just because he's crippled and has lost all his cultivation. Whether they're looking for trouble or making friends with us. There are only two families. The matter isn't perfect. There's always something missing. Li Chenglong smacked his lips. You bad. Don't mention it. Through today's meeting, I'm sure that the young people of the Gao family don't know the real reason and the ins and outs of this matter. At least, they don't know the whole truth. This also makes me even more certain that the higher-ups of the Gao family and the Wu family are still harboring ill intentions towards me. Zhuo Xiaoduo's face showed a strange smile. Do you know why the higher-ups of these two families never let the young people know the real cause of this matter? Li Chenglong frowned as he thought. Because these two families want to take back the hearts of the young people after this matter. Li Chenglong asked. I don't know. I'm not sure. Zhuo Xiaoduo said faintly, but the more they don't want the young people to know, the more I have to let them know. Among the young people in these big families, how many of them are completely unambitious? The more outstanding the young people are, the more arrogant they are and the more they think that they have the right to speak. He rolled his eyes. Swollen, this matter. There will be a lot of things that can be exploited. Li Chenglong pursed his lips and said, I think you're thinking too much. You want to drive a wedge between the two families. Isn't that a bit whimsical? Chapter 442. Zhuo Xiaoduo said indifferently, we're still at the stage where we have to take one step at a time. I don't intend to drive a wedge between them. Let's see how their mentality changes after this matter is exposed. Let's play slowly. It won't do any harm to us. Zhuo Xiaoduo stopped talking about this topic. However, in Li Chenglong's opinion, he couldn't just stop there. He had to push the matter further and make a plan. He had to let the subsequent matters develop according to his own wishes. It would be best if everything went according to his and Zhuo Xiaoduo's plan. That would be even better. However, it wasn't easy to achieve this. Don't think about it. Let's put the Li family on the table first. Don't think that everything will be fine. So what if Li Qingqiu is disabled? Zhuo Xiaoduo sneered, I'm not the one who crippled him. He hasn't paid back the debt he owes teacher Hu. He's been in the limelight for more than 20 years, and he's been arrogant for more than 20 years. He still has to take revenge for insulting old Principal He. The price he needs to pay for this is far from enough. Do you think you can stay out of this and pretend that nothing happened? Dream on. I agree with you. However, there must be a reason why the Wu family and the Gao family didn't make trouble for the Li family. I don't care what the reason is. Zhuo Xiaoduo said rudely, a life for a life. A debt must be paid with money. I can owe people, but I won't allow others to owe me. Humph. Li Chenglong was speechless. This guy's brain circuit is still as strange as ever. You're talking as if you're not the murderer. That night, Li Chenglong completed the first compression of the thorny road. Although he tried his best to reduce the swelling, his dantian was still much smaller than Zhuo Xiaoduo's. This time, he could only compress half of his dantian before he couldn't compress it anymore. However, Li Chenglong did not force it, because he felt that if he continued to press down, the feeling of his dantian and meridians exploding and boiling would be too intense. Compared to forcing it, the possibility of his Xinqi going astray due to the sharp increase in pain was very high. It was still acceptable for him to stop for the time being. At this point, it was the limit of the swelling. After completing this round of suppression, the two of them practiced back-to-back in the training room as usual. Li Chenglong suddenly realized that the popularity of Zhuo Xiaoduo's Flaming Sun Sutra had increased by a lot. It had increased by more than double. This huge change made Li Chenglong, who was practicing close to Zhuo Xiaoduo, feel as if he was in a furnace. Li Changlong was sweating profusely and almost suspected that Zhuo Xiaoduo had cooked him alive. However, Swollen still clenched his teeth and held on. This was because he could clearly feel that the colding energy hidden in his meridians was completely steamed out by this sharp increase in heat. Instead, it was swimming in his meridians. This was an innate colding energy. For a long time, it had been entrenched in Li Changlong's meridians and had become one with his meridians. There was no way to get rid of it. However, under the nourishment of the Flaming Sun Sutra for a long time, it suddenly reached its limit today. After 3 hours of being steamed in the furnace, it was completely steamed out by Zhuo Xiaoduo's Flaming Sun Sutra. Finally, Li Changlong let out a muffled groan. A blue cold energy suddenly rushed out of his mouth like a long dragon. In an instant, it sprayed onto the basin opposite him. Half of the water in the basin instantly froze. Not only that, even the clothes on the clothes rack and the towel on top of the basin all froze. This cold energy was no small matter. Even with the continuous eruption of Zhuo Xiaoduo's Flaming Sun Sutra, it still persisted for more than a minute before it completely melted. After the colding energy was completely melted, it was transformed into extremely pure spiritual qi. As the two of them cultivated, it was absorbed back into their bodies and transformed into extremely pure spiritual qi. Zhuo Xiaoduo only felt that the spiritual energy between heaven and earth seemed to have become much denser. With a single breath, the spiritual energy in his dantian was suddenly filled to the brim. In an instant, it reached the point where it needed to be suppressed again. The moment Li Changlong spat out that cold energy, all his meridians were opened and his condition changed greatly. The spiritual energy in the surroundings gushed endlessly like a tidal wave, madly pouring into Li Changlong's dantian. The high-tier star soul jade in his hand had been used for cultivation. Previously, he had only been able to absorb 2 of them in an hour. But now, there was at least a third of the energy left in the jade, and it had been completely absorbed by him in just 5 minutes, turning into dust. After that, the cold energy was completely melted and refined. At the right time, more than a third of the energy rushed back into Li Changlong's dantian like a tidal wave. Li Changlong only felt that his dantian had suddenly become a round and bulging balloon, bursting to the limit. In an instant, it had reached the point where it needed to be suppressed again. Li Changlong didn't feel good about such a sudden turn of events. Well, to be more precise, he was stunned. What's going on? Didn't I just complete a round of spiritual energy suppression? Why? Is it suddenly full again? But at this moment, there was no time to think about anything else. He had to face this sudden burst of spiritual energy suppression. Zhuo Xiaoduo did not have time to think about anything because the energy in his dantian was about to rush out and forcefully break through. He made a prompt decision and immediately circulated his energy to suppress it, and took the opportunity to suppress it for the 10th time. Li Changlong was in the same situation. He circulated his energy and began his second round of suppression. The next moment. Ow 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 ow. Aw aw aw. Zhuo Xiaoduo straightened his neck and howled. Ow 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 ow. Aw aw aw. Li Changlong straightened his neck and howled. Their voices rose and fell like a tenor duet. One was louder than the other, and one was more tragic than the other. He really could not hold it in and had to scream. It was too painful. In the neighboring villa, the pitiful headmaster Yi Chongqing had just fallen asleep. He had been working non-stop for the entire day, causing him to be quite tired. It was as if he had been trampled by an elephant. But just as he fell asleep, he was immediately awakened by this tragic cry. It would be fine if there was only one. But now there were 2 people screaming at the same time. Could it be that there was an accident? Yi Chongqing was shocked. He did not even bother to change his clothes and rushed out in his pajamas. In a flash, he arrived at the window of Zhuoxiaoduo's villa. He opened the window and peered in. In the middle of the training room, the two guys were sitting back to back with their legs crossed. Their veins were bulging, their faces were ferocious, and their bodies were drenched in sweat. Yi Changqing's head was full of black lines. It was too late for regrets. Damn, this was too tragic. Even if the path of thorns was not easy to walk and the process must be very painful, there was no need for the two of them to scream so exaggeratedly, right? This was simply a demonic sound that filled the brain. Ow, 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 ow. The two of them howled together again. Their voices rose and fell in an endless stream, accompanied by their ferocious faces and bulging veins. %% yen #% Yi Changqing sighed deeply. Forget it, I'm not going to sleep. I'll just stand here for a while and act as a guard. They were screaming so miserably. Those who knew would think that they were training. Those who did not know would think that the two of them had some strange interests and were communicating. The two of them screamed for a full 2 hours. Li Chenglong felt that he was hovering between life and death several times. It was not because of anything else, but because this time, when he was compressing, he realized that he could compress more. Especially when he borrowed the heat of Zhuoxiaoduo's flaming sun scripture, and used his own strength to suppress his own Dantian strength. With such help, how could Swollen Man let go of such a great opportunity? Although the pain increased sharply, Swollen Man knew that this was a rare opportunity. It was related to how far he could go in his cultivation journey. He suppressed it without hesitation. Like a hot knife through butter, he compressed it to 1/4 of his Dantian. Yes, the amount of energy in his Dantian was only 1/4 of his Dantian. At this point, he could no longer compress it. After the second round of compression, it was more than twice as much as the first round. Li Chenglong was very satisfied with this result and was overjoyed. After a while, the two of them opened their eyes at almost the same time and groaned at the same time, "Damn, it hurts so much." Then, they said at the same time, "Damn, why is it so smelly? It must be you. Hurry up and get lost." Then, they kicked at the same time. With a boom, the two of them were hit at the same time and were sent flying. Then, in midair, the two of them twisted their waists and jumped into their own bathrooms to take a shower. Then, the two of them did the same thing again. While taking a shower, they took out a bottle from their spatial rings and gulped down the spiritual liquid. Yi Changqing, who was outside the window, opened his eyes wide. This spiritual liquid seemed a little familiar. This is. At the moment of realization, Yi Changqing flew into a rage. This was clearly the nutrient liquid in the nourishment cabin. These two little bastards. Not only did you drink such a dirty thing, you even poured it out from inside. Don't you find it dirty to drink bottles after bottles of it like water? Don't you find it disgusting? No. This spiritual liquid. Why is it so clear? It seems to be new. Could it be that when they were the first batch to enter the nourishment cabin, at that time? How dare you? This was a blatant act of theft. Unforgivable. No wonder the freshman's nutrient liquid was consumed so quickly this year. In the past, the nutrient liquid could last for half a year after being filled to the brim once. But now, a few of them had already been replenished 3 or 4 times. It turned out that they had all been drunk by these two things. Yi Changqing was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. These two bastards really didn't hold back, begging for monthly votes, begging for recommendation votes. 5 updates. Chapter 443. Sua Xiaoduo drank a bottle of spirit liquid and turned to the bathroom to apply body wash on his naked body. He raised his legs, raised his hands, and posed in all kinds of positions. It had to be said that a martial artist's flexibility was good. He only needed to use his right hand to rub his entire body. As he cleaned himself, he sang a song, Invincible. How lonely. Invincible. How empty. As he sang, he suddenly stopped between his legs. Then, he smiled wretchedly, "Second brother, this song of mine is about you. Look at how valiant and majestic you are. You are also a person who is above the clouds in second brother's mind. You are above the clouds, looking down from above. How much scenery can you see?" With a whoosh. Enchanting, who could no longer listen to him, went home in a flash. He was angry and amused at the same time. This was a proper shameless person. Despicable. That night, Sua Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong slept very soundly. It was probably because they were too tired from shouting. In the morning, the two of them went to school energetically. That night, Xiang Kuangren, Wen Xingtian, and the others did not sleep at all. In the computer room of the Hidden Dragon High School, they asked professionals to keep an eye on the country's banking system. Until 9:00 in the morning. There's a situation. A teacher's fingers formed a phantom and moved quickly on the computer keyboard, beginning to lock on to the other party. Just now, a large amount of money was suddenly transferred to this account. It's a total of 300 million. The source of the transfer is Shangjing. Xiang Kuangren, Wen Xingtian, Yi Changqing, Grandma Shi, Vice Principal Cheng's wife, and a gloomy person who had never appeared in the school. It was Vice Principal Cheng. Vice Principal Lu sat in his wheelchair and watched all of this quietly, as well as the backbone of their families. They stood up at the same time. Even Vice Principal Lu, who was sitting in his wheelchair, could not help but straighten his body by grabbing the armrest. Everyone's eyes were filled with monstrous anger. Shangjing. 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 The black hand was actually in Shangjing. Another one. This one's direction is even more obvious. It's from Fenghai Wendao League. This one's 500 million. Ask the Dao League. 9:20. Another 200 million was transferred to this card from another account in Shangjing. Yi Changqing's voice was urgent. Let's not investigate the Dao League for now. Investigate the two accounts in Shangjing immediately. I want to know all of his information, name, affiliation, phone number. Everything. The previous account belonged to a foreign trade company called Guangjin in Shangjing. The other account belonged to a foreign trade company called Fenghe. The company's registered addresses are all in Dongqing district. Yi Changqing grabbed his phone and dialed a number. The call was instantly connected. Chief of the South. How is it? Yes, two foreign trade companies. They are respectively. All right. Do what you need to do. If anyone in Fenghai City tries to stop you, just say that it's my order and you're carrying out my mission. As long as there's anyone who disagrees, there's no need for him to look for me. I'll naturally look for him. Understood. Thank you for your support, Chief Nan. There's no time to lose. Minister Nan's voice was full of majesty. I've codenamed this operation Clear Sky. Act immediately. I'll immediately call the Star Shield General Administration in the Central Plains and fully cooperate with you. Yes. Chief Nan, but there's one thing I have to report to you. The target we've confirmed is the Dao League. It said that it's a gang run by the prince's brother-in-law in the Central Plains. The indifferent voice on the other side said, if it's confirmed that the prince of the Central Plains is involved in this matter, I assure you that from now on, Yinwu will no longer have a prince of the Central Plains. Thank you, Minister Nan. The call was hung up. Yi Changqing's gaze was like lightning. Under the command of the Hidden Dragon High School, all nascent soul cultivators above the Hidden Dragon High School are to gather within 1 minute. Wen Xingtian. Yes. Distribute the Dao Seeking Alliance's roster. Have you marked everyone's home addresses? Everything is ready. 1,753 people. Including their families, not a single one of them can be missing, and not a single one of them can die. Don't let them down. Yes. If anyone goes easy on them in this event, their entire family will be exterminated. Xiang Quangren said coldly. Yes. From now on, the computer room will monitor all teachers' phones and all means of contacting the outside world. Yes. Move out. They've only started transferring money after such a long time. It's obvious that they've discovered that there's no hope of silencing them. They can only fulfill their promise and spend money. Yi Changqing's face was as heavy as water. The impassioned assembly whistle suddenly sounded in the sky above Hidden Dragon High School. Immediately, a thunderous voice sounded in the sky, all nascent soul cultivators above, gather in 1 minute. Merely 40 seconds later, no less than 1,000 people all soared into the sky. Mixed with an imposing aura that could suppress heaven and earth, they flew out in all directions. The most tyrannical force in the middle crushed toward the center of the city. A thunderous strike, accomplished in one fell swoop. In the face of such a movement, the entire Fenghai city was completely silent. No force dared to act rashly. The surging murderous aura surged through the wind for tens of thousands of miles, copious and irresistible. The peak forces of the Hidden Dragon High School came out in full force. This force was absolutely crushing and irresistible within the boundaries of Fenghai City. The leader of the Fenghai Dao League was only at the cloud transformation realm. If a comparison had to be made in this operation, it would be like lifting a mountain to smash a mosquito. In less than half an hour, all the members of the Fenghai Dao League who were completely unguarded were captured. No one was left out. At this time, not to mention the other parties' backstage movements, even the combat power of the Star Shield General Administration arranged by the Southern Chief had not yet arrived. All the members of the Fenghai Dao League, from top to bottom, 1,753 people, plus their respective families, totaled more than 7,400 people. All of them were captured and brought back. There were even some families who had dogs. Even the dogs were captured. Of course, most of them still had to be released. What if their dogs starved to death? That it had to be said that they were really thoughtful. When everyone was brought to the martial arts plaza of the Hidden Dragon High School, the people from the Star Shield General Administration finally arrived. After that, the wind and clouds surged in the sky again. A troop of soldiers came from afar. The leading general shouted, "May I ask why the Hidden Dragon High School suddenly took action? What's the reason? We're following orders. No forces have the right to interfere." Yi Changqing's voice and expression did not change. He spoke frankly and with assurance, full of a condescending attitude. At this time, a vigorous figure rushed over. It was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 30s. He was spirited and handsome. Beside him, there was an old man in his 50s accompanying him. He was full of vigor, like a deep pool on a high mountain. This person was the housekeeper of the prince's mansion of the Central Plains. Principal Yi. The middle-aged man in his 30s shouted anxiously, "Why is this? How did the Fenghai Dao League offend the Hidden Dragon High School? For the sake of this little brother, please." Yi Changqing said indifferently, "Brother Chiu, are you saying that you're willing to take responsibility for any mistakes made by the Dao League? You must know that the Hidden Dragon High School is following orders from the Southern Chief to eliminate the Dao League. If you want to bring people back, you can contact the Southern Chief directly. The Hidden Dragon High School does not have the right to do so. Brother Chio's expression changed instantly. It was worse than eating feces. Southern Chief. Which Southern Chief? In Yenwu, there's only one Southern Chief who can command the Hidden Dragon High School. Yi Changqing's voice was indifferent. Brother Chio's expression changed instantly. He then cupped his hands and said, "Sorry to disturb you." Yi Changqing said indifferently, "I don't know what Brother Chio said just now. It seems like the Fenghai Dao League's actions have Brother Chio's face. I will inform the Southern Chief about this. Please don't blame me for saying this first." Brother Chio's expression became more and more ugly. He looked at the old housekeeper beside him. The old housekeeper cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Principal Yi, this old man was ordered by the prince to take a look at the situation. I didn't know it involved so much. Please don't blame me. Also, the prince asked me to pass a message to Principal Yi. The prince's residence has good wine that is difficult to taste. If Principal Yi has the time, the prince will welcome you. Please tell the prince that after Yi Changqing is done with his work, if he has the time, he will naturally find the prince to drink wine." Yi Changqing smiled and cupped his hands. The two people in the air instantly retreated. As for Brother Chio, when he left, his face had already turned deathly pale. On the side of the Hidden Dragon High School, several people looked at that person's back thoughtfully. Their eyes were deep. No one knew what they were thinking. The army that had spoken earlier also retreated. The 3 words Southern Chief were enough to intimidate the entire Fenghai city. On the other hand, the Star Shield Department was constantly contacted by phone. The entire Star Shield Department was mobilized and started the interrogation immediately. Starting from the lower level, one by one, family by family was taken away for interrogation. Some people who had done all kinds of evil were directly killed on the spot. With so many people interrogating and testifying against each other, it was a mess. Many people knew that they were not good people, but they also knew a lot of things about the people around them. They exposed each other, trying to make up for their crimes. They really did everything they could and sold everything they could. The words expose and reduce their crimes immediately caused the entire Dao League to be in chaos. Before the morning arrived, more than 3,000 people had already been released. These were all lower-level clan members. Although they were in the wrong, their crimes did not warrant death. They would only be given a small beating as a warning, and then they would be allowed to leave with their families. If it was not necessary, the Hidden Dragon High School would not kill more people. However, the Dao League's chief, 2 deputy chiefs, 4 elders, and 4 hall masters did not receive such treatment. They were not even interrogated. People just kept coming over with files in their hands. They read the things related to these people that had just been recorded and asked, "This matter, did it happen?" He nodded and made a tick. He shook his head and made a question mark. Under separate interrogation, more than 3 people said that the question mark was true. When they came over, they would be slapped and a tooth would be slapped. Then, they would make a tick again. More and more people were released. However, the crimes of those who stayed were also proven to be more and more serious. However, the upper echelons of the Dao-seeking alliance still did not know what they had done wrong to cause the situation to turn so bad. What was the reason? A few people lowered their heads, their faces pale. That matter should not be found out, right? They had succeeded, and the money had been transferred. Would there be any problems? Chapter 444. The only thing the sect members knew was that someone in the sect had offended the higher-ups and was investigated thoroughly by the other party. All of them felt that they were unlucky and their faces were ashen. After a while, people started to be dragged out continuously. They were pressed to the ground in front of the 11 higher-ups of the Tao League. Their hands were raised, and their heads fell to the ground. Blood flowed like a river. The 11 higher-ups of the Tao League were ashen. Killing was done. This matter proved that it was serious. The higher-ups of the Tao League realized that the people they interrogated were getting closer and closer to the core. The questions they asked also started to make people shudder in fear. These were things that the 10 or so higher-ups outside would not know. The questions that they prayed that they would not be asked were now being interrogated bit by bit, one by one, in each of the interrogation rooms. Those who were being interrogated now were the confidants of the higher-ups of the Tao League. Dozens of people were being interrogated at once. There was bound to be someone who could not take it. As long as one of them could not take it and spit out, there would be a second one. Then, as they exposed each other, the third one would be dragged in. Then, one by one, they would be put on the same rope. I confess. Hall Master Zhu should know about what happened to Vice Principal Cheng's family back then. One of the Hall Master's confidants suddenly said, I only beg for you to spare my life. I'll tell you, I'm willing to tell you everything I know. This sentence came out of nowhere and was even more shocking. Even Zhang Xiaofei, who was in charge of the interrogation, was stunned. Then, his eyes widened. Hall Master Huang. He was not the same person as the Hall Master who dealt with Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing in the trial this time. The one who set the target was surnamed Fu, Hall Master Fu. There was finally a breakthrough, and it was an unexpected breakthrough. It was an unexpected joy. The people from Hidden Dragon High School were invigorated when they heard this. They stopped beating around the bush and started to interrogate directly. As time went on, more and more things happened. There were also more and more useful clues. However, there were almost no clues related to the other principals back then. As the interrogation records were sent out one by one, the faces of Yi Chongqing and the others outside became gloomier and gloomier. Vice Principal Cheng, who had been masked all this time, did not have much hope when he returned. However, at this moment, his body trembled slightly. Old Ching, don't be impatient. Yi Chongqing gently placed his hand on Vice Principal Cheng's shoulder. This matter has serious implications. It's not something that a small Shao Dao League can do. We have to get to the bottom of this and take our revenge thoroughly. Otherwise, how can we let the dead rest in peace? Understood. Vice Principal Cheng's voice was hoarse. The teachers were all busy while the students were cultivating by themselves. At noon, Zhou Xiaoduo still didn't go to the cafeteria. Instead, he bought some food and went to Grandma Shi's house. But this time, he pounced on empty air. Grandma Shi, who usually lived alone at home, was not at home today. But what a surprise, that the interrogation had gone on for an entire day. Finally, it came to an end. The sequence of events was indeed clear. However, what disappointed the higher-ups of the Hidden Dragon High School was that the higher-ups of the Tao League were indeed rotten to the core. They also had something to do with the tragedy of Vice Principal Cheng's family. However, this little bit of connection was insignificant. This time, dealing with Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing was indeed handled by the Tao League. There was indeed someone behind the scenes. However, this was the biggest problem. The person behind the scenes left no traces behind. There was almost no trace left behind. Back then, the Tao League was picked in the middle of the night. The 11 higher-ups, including their families, were all fed a poison pill. From then on, they were controlled by someone. However, the deeper problem was that they did not know who was controlling them. They were just puppets that floated to the surface. The higher-ups of the Tao League were indeed poisoned. They took their blood samples and confirmed that it was the 7-year spring that was said to be incurable. Wen Xingtian frowned. There's no need for a test. The people of the Dao League are not fools. How could they not test it themselves to confirm the situation? Being controlled by someone else, they must be restricted by it. The 7-year spring was an extremely special poison pill. After taking this medicine, one would feel refreshed and energetic. They would also be full of enthusiasm and perseverance when doing things. If this was the only effect, this was simply a miracle medicine that had hundreds of advantages and no disadvantages. In fact, this 7-year spring was a health product developed by a research institute that researched health products. Once this health product was released, its clinical effects were so good that it became a commercial legend. At that time, this medicine was called the Eternal Spring Pill. However, this commercial legend lasted until 7 years later, when rotting corpses began to appear on a large scale in the mainland. After a strict investigation by the government, it was revealed that the miracle medicine was actually poison. And all the higher-ups and research labs of this company disappeared overnight. When the Eternal Spring Pill reappeared, it was already called the 7-year spring. Its effects were even better and more obvious than before. Because there were many more things added to it, it was also effective on high-level martial artists. However, its effects were two-sided. There were both benefits and harm. At the end of the 7 years, the harm would erupt and there would be no cure. Within 7 days, the body would rot and die without a doubt. This new Eternal Spring Pill was named the 7-year spring, also known as the 7-day ghost. It was actually very simple to not become a 7-day ghost. At the end of the 7 years, one just had to take another 7-year spring and it would last for another 7 years. However, this also meant that after taking the first pill, one could only continue to take it. They could not leave it for life. However, the number of years one could take this medicine for was still a secret. The originally developed health product became a miracle medicine that could control people. This matter was also full of irony. However, they don't know who the person who gave them the 7-year spring was. The other party has never shown his true face. At the end of the day, this Tao-seeking alliance is just a puppet they control from below. It's dispensable, and they can give it up at any time. It won't hurt them at all. They can even use the existence of this puppet to gain insight into how much information we currently have. Yi Changqing frowned. When Xingtian said lightly, however, there's still one thing that we can be sure of. The person back then must have come from Shangjing. As for the Eternal Spring Pill back then, it caused a huge uproar in the world and disappeared overnight. It must have been controlled by someone. However, there are not many clans that can do this. If we start the investigation from this direction, it should be much easier to find out, right? Xiang Quangren added on. When Xingtian and Yi Changqing both rolled their eyes. Easy to find out. You sound like you have a brain, but who wouldn't have thought of this? The Eternal Spring Pill back then was much more important than the Hidden Dragon High martial arts incident. However, after so many years of investigation, have they found anything? Easy to find should be followed by 2 words, bullshit. Now, we can only hope to interrogate the higher-ups of the Dao League. We'll see if it has anything to do with the brother-in-law of the king of Zhongyuan, Qiu Shaoqian. If Qiu Shaoqian also knows about it, then we can still dig deeper into this matter. If Qiu Shaoqian doesn't know about it, then this clue is as good as dead. That might not be the case. I can still check the emails that are sent to and fro. It won't be of any use. I've checked just now. These email addresses are all useless. They'll be discarded after they're used. The only useful piece of information is that the person who instructed them to deal with Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing recently sent us an email. In the end, we were able to find out that the address was actually from the Dao Alliance. Wen Xingtian sighed. The Dao League mainland. Xiang Kuangren became more and more confused. He said, "Is there a need to make it so complicated to deal with Zhao's hidden dragon high martial arts?" Zhao's hidden dragon high martial arts. Yi Changqing and Wen Xingtian couldn't help but smile bitterly. These words were really awesome. However, compared to the Omno Alliance mainland and the Dao League mainland, hidden dragon high martial arts was indeed nothing. Continue the interrogation. See if we can dig out any more useful information. As they were talking, Yi Changqing's phone suddenly rang. Chief Nan's voice sounded from the phone. Guangjin and Fenghe have been controlled immediately. All their personnel have also been arrested immediately. However, there was still a problem in the process. When they were arrested and interrogated, the higher-ups of these two companies, including a few financial personnel, died together. After confirmation, it was caused by the soul guider poison. Now, this matter is no longer just about hidden dragon high martial arts. Although all the clues in this matter were cut off immediately, more clues have been exposed because of this. Many of the email addresses are from the Dao League mainland. There's something fishy about this. Chief Nan said, "You guys focus on your side first. I'll personally keep an eye on this side." Chief Nan's voice was overflowing with uncontrollable anger. He probably didn't expect that under the circumstances where he had personally taken action, the people who had already been captured alive would be killed in such a way. Chief Nan was really angry this time. "Just you wait. I'll tear this huge net apart." "I don't believe it." Chief Nan hung up the phone. Soul Guider. Yi Changqing sighed softly. As the name suggested, this was also a slow-acting poison that existed in a person's body. However, it was controlled by a person. As long as the person was found to be uncontrollable or captured, the poison in the target's body would immediately activate with a thought, and the target would die suddenly. However, this drug. Yi Changqing smiled bitterly. It was definitely not something that a small gang or family could control or use. Continue the interrogation. As for the interrogation of the higher-ups of the Dao League, it was as expected. It was just that someone remotely commanded and sent the mission over. The only two email addresses that could be checked were from the Dao League mainland. They were also disguised by many springboards. Moreover, they were two personal email addresses. As for the registered identities of these two people, they had actually been dead for many years. The meticulousness of the plan was simply outrageous. Chapter 445. As for the Prince of Zhongyuan's brother-in-law, Qiu Shaoqian, he could only ask the Dao League's leader and say something ambiguous. Young Master Qiu probably doesn't know about it. We rarely talk about it when we're together. Young Master Qiu also rarely asks about the Dao League. Young Master Qiu doesn't care about how we earn money. He only collects money. When there's trouble that we can't handle, he'll come out and solve it. It's always been like this. In the end, most of the people who asked about the Dao League were released, but the 130 people who were identified as the core members were still detained. They were handed over to Grandma Shi, Vice Principal Liu, and a few other families to deal with. These people were guilty of heinous crimes, and deserved to die. It meant that so many things had happened in the Hidden Dragon High School these years, but they couldn't find the real culprit. Although these people weren't the real culprit, they didn't have much to do with what happened in the past. However, they couldn't be separated from the recent events. If the Hidden Dragon High School wanted to vent their anger, they could do whatever they wanted. After that, Star Shield would be in charge of cleaning up. However, Granny Shi only laughed mockingly at this punishment before flying away. Kill. If I, Yu Jiaren, wanted to kill, would I have to wait until now? If I wanted to kill a few people to vent my anger, would I have to wait until now? In the end, it was Vice Principal Cheng's youngest son, the head teacher of the third grade class, Ching Xiaosong, who personally killed these 130 people on the spot. However, the Dao League's leader, 2 vice leaders, 4 elders, and 4 hall masters were held back by Wen Xingtian and Xiang Quangren. Let's interrogate them for a while more. At least a week. Squeeze as much information out of them as possible. As for the few survivors who carried out the mission against Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing, they were directly smashed into minced meat by Xiang Quangren. Xiang Quangren turned around and glanced at the faces of the people behind him. He suddenly laughed strangely and said gloomily, "Vice Principal Gao. Why is your face so ugly? You must be in a high position and have lived like a prince in the Gao family. You rarely see such a bloody scene, right?" Wen Xingtian only felt a rush of anger. He angrily rebuked Vice Principal Xiang, "Why do you always cause trouble in this school? What does Vice Principal Gao's expression have to do with you? Can't you fucking shut your shitty mouth?" Wen Xingtian really wanted to vomit blood. Although Vice Principal Gao had been trying his best to control himself, his face was still slightly pale. But who couldn't see this? Is Xiang Quangren the only one with sharp eyes? What kind of problem can your words solve? It will only alert the enemy, that's all. This idiot is simply incapable of accomplishing anything but good at spoiling everything. Wen Xingtian wished he could stuff Xiang Quangren's mouth with feces. Yi Changqing transmitted his voice, "Calm down." The current plan was simply too complicated and confusing. There wasn't a single good way to solve it. Let Xiang Quangren do as he pleases. It may not be a bad thing to alert the enemy. Wen Xingtian angrily tilted his head, but at this moment, he suddenly remembered something. He transmitted his voice, "Vice Principal, I want to let 2 of my students try to interrogate them." Yi Changqing frowned, "Cui Xiao Duo. Li Chenglong." Wen Xingtian said, "Yes." Yi Changqing frowned tightly and said worriedly, "These 2 children each have their own mysteries. They can be the best choice for now. Maybe they can get out of this deadlock. But I'm afraid that if we drag them into this big whirlpool too early, they will attract the attention of others. They can't resist such a huge wave at all. Act in secret. Only you and I know about this," Wen Xingtian said. Yi Changqing pondered for a moment and said, "When you go over tonight, tell them about the risks involved. Ask them if they are willing. If they are not, don't force them. This is a very dangerous matter. If you can avoid involving these 2 children, it's better not to. If only we had the Omno Alliance's mental cultivation method and the Heavenly Wizard soul search." Wen Xingtian expressed his deep regret. Yi Changqing grinned and said, "That's the Omno Alliance's secret method. Even in the Omno Alliance, only a few important people in the Stargate sect are qualified to cultivate it. Once it appears in the astral souls, they will immediately become targets to be killed. How can anyone on our side be able to master it? Even if they do, who would dare to expose it?" Wen Xingtian's thoughts were purely whimsical. Let's just say it and be done with it. Old Qing, what do you think? Yi Changqing looked behind him at Vice Principal Qing, who was still standing there quietly with his face covered. He was just standing there, but no one could feel him. It was as if he no longer had any sense of existence. There was no vitality, no aura, and no anger or sorrow. No one would notice if he came, and no one would notice if he left. After years of living in hiding, he was used to this state, and so were others. "I have nothing to say. Keep looking." Vice Principal Cheng's voice was light as he said, "I'll go find Snake King." The Dao League was related to Vice Principal Cheng's family, but it was only a plan. The specific matters were handled by someone else. And the person who was related to this specific matter was a person with the nickname Snake King. This Snake King was his new target. Wen Xingtian suddenly had an idea and said, "Old Qing, don't be impatient. I'll find someone to read your fortune and ask about your future." Vice Principal Qing looked at Wen Xingtian with eyes full of surprise. "Xingtian, when did you start to believe in swindlers?" "I'm not a swindler." Wen Xingtian said angrily, "What can you do if you wait for an entire night?" Vice Principal Qing snorted and still didn't think much of it. "Old Qing, just wait for one night. Hidden Dragon High can't afford to lose, and neither can we." Yi Changqing pressed on Vice Principal Cheng's shoulder with his hand. Vice Principal Cheng was stunned and said calmly, "Okay. I've waited for more than 10 years. One night won't make a difference." Grandma Shi went home. Although she was investigating what had happened in the past, Grandma Shi's heart was as calm as an ancient well. She had only gone over this time because she was holding on to the slightest bit of hope. Now that it was over, she could go home. The old man was still waiting for her to have lunch. Nothing else was more important than accompanying the old man. Just as she reached the door, she saw a piece of white paper stuck in the crack of the door. Grandma Shi was startled. Was this a messenger? She opened it and saw a line of words written on it. "Grandma Shi, I'm here again. Ha, I got first place in the trial this time. Wahahaha, I wanted to have lunch with you, but you weren't here. I put the food at the door for you. I'm leaving. I still have classes in the afternoon." There was a big smiley face drawn below. It was a smiley face with a crooked mouth. Then, there was the signature, Xiao Duo. Grandma Shi looked at this piece of paper for a long time. She couldn't help but smile. There was a trace of warmth in her eyes. She muttered, "This little monkey." For a moment, her eyes curved. Her heart, which had been calm for a long time, seemed to ripple slightly. She opened the door and went in. There was a big food box at the door. It was placed neatly, and there were 2 bottles of wine beside it. Grandma Shi opened the door and took the food box in. She also took the 2 bottles of wine in. She took out the dishes and placed them neatly on the table. She opened the wine and poured 2 cups. She smiled gently, "Old man, you saw it, right? Do you like this little monkey?" She picked up the wine cup and drank it. She smiled faintly, "I want to take care of this child for a few years. While waiting for our matter to come to an end, I want to see this child more. What do you think? Don't worry. The fetters of the world can no longer hold me back. It's just that these few years. It's good to have something to do." Grandma Shi rambled on and on. She drank 1 cup and 1 cup, and the 2 bottles of wine were drunk just like that. Her skinny body sighed softly and muttered, "Old man, looking at this, it involves a lot. I'm so tired. Old man, I'm so tired. If it goes according to the current situation, I might not be able to wait until that day." Grandma Shi sighed softly and was in a daze. After a long time, she slowly leaned on the table and fell asleep quietly. The wind came in from the door. The portrait fluttered gently. A corner of it floated and rested on Grandma Shi's shoulder. It was as if the Principal Shi in the portrait was reaching out a hand and patting his beloved wife's shoulder, comforting her silently. Sui Xiao Duo had already returned to the villa. Li Chenglong had also returned. The school was in a mess. It was better to cultivate at home. The commotion today was really big. If not for the fact that the martial arts Hidden Dragon School is one of the top 3 martial arts masters in the continent, this person's combat power is shocking. Li Chenglong said, "Zwa, why do you think Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing haven't appeared yet? I think it's almost done by tomorrow." The two of them can be considered as the key figures in this incident. If they appeared earlier, some things would be hard to say. Xiao Duo was also very nervous this time. My tower of annihilation. Sigh, why isn't it back yet? Sigh, it can't really be swallowed by me, right? Ah. Li Chenglong was operating in front of the computer. Suddenly, he was stunned and said, Swa, you're very popular now. Ah. Xiao Duo never paid attention to the news on the internet. Basically, he did not go online. Hearing this, he was stunned for a moment. What's wrong? Li Chenglong's expression was very strange. I should say that both of us are very popular. Leader's high martial arts career. Damn. This is. Xiao Duo came over to take a look. It was a high-definition photo of Li Chenglong holding down Xiang Bing and beating her up. Next to it was a photo of Xiang Bing's beautiful life, followed by a photo of her beautiful face being punched by Li Chenglong. Blood splattered everywhere, and her facial features were distorted. Damn. Xiao Duo grimaced. Teacher Wen doesn't allow us to watch our classes, right? Where did these come from? Li Chenglong coughed. This is not class. You two are secretly doing it. Xiaoduo's face was full of gossip. What do you mean by secretly doing it? Li Chenglong was a little dissatisfied. Looking at the leader's high martial arts career, one photo after another, in the cafeteria, on the road, and many of them were photos of Xiaoduo's upper body or half of his face. Therefore, a group of people below posted, King of Swords is here too. King of Swords. I think I saw King of Swords. What do you mean by think? Be bold. Remove these two words. Then, there was a photo of Xiao Duo fighting in the cafeteria. Beside him, Wu Yunhai looked anxious. Chapter 446. Then, Xiao Duo and Wu Yunhai were talking. It was actually a video. Although it was not high definition, it was the kind that could be heard. Below, a group of people commented, I thought that when the Sword King went to Fenghai, he would definitely fight with the Wu family. After all, he killed their genius clansman. Someone below snorted, Child, you are still too naive. How many years has the Wu family been a big family? Can't you understand this kind of powerful relationship? If something happens to the Sword King now, can they get away with it? What's more, how do you know that the Sword King has no one to support him? You are really too stupid and naive. Are we just going to let bygones be bygones? Tisk, to be on good terms with a genius like the Sword King, there will only be benefits in the future, okay? The person above is a genius. +1, +2, ... Then, there were scenes after scenes. Xiao Duo and Wu Yunhai, Xiao Duo and Wu Qing, Xiao Duo and Gao Qingxiang, Xiao Duo and Gao Qingyun. They were all chatting happily with sincere expressions. In a few pairs of eyes, one could even see the changes in the eyes of the people in this photo. Below, there were also countless people interpreting. Li Chenglong was full of confusion. Is this the life of the sect leader or the life of the Sword King? How is it that you have more content than me in this high martial arts student post? This is like a turtle dove occupying a magpie's nest. Zhang Guan Li, no, Li Guan's was Wa. Xiao Duo smiled faintly and flipped down page by page. Until that night. The photo of the two of them meeting Gao Qingxiang and his sister. Gao Qiao looked at him with a charming smile. Her beautiful face, pure temperament, and beautiful figure were vividly set off under the neon lights, like a dream. In the comments section below, there was a wolf howl. I love it. So beautiful. Already. Sword King, you are so lucky. This is a delicate flower of the Gao family, one of the 4 great beauties of Fenghai City. Obviously, Miss Zhao has taken a fancy to the Sword King. Woo, Miss Zhao look at me. Sigh, the Wu clan is still not good enough. Look at the Gao clan, they're even using the beauty trap. It seems like they're really going to be a family with the Sword King. But why do I still feel that it's very strange? Do these big families and big corporations all do things like this? Brother, let me tell you, what is a human life worth? Benefits were paramount. As long as there were long-term benefits, what was a momentary grudge? Haggling over a dead person to the end. The people in charge of big clans always know how to choose. You're right. The Sword King is truly blessed. A group of geniuses making friends, and great beauties using honey traps left and right. Sigh. I'm so jealous. That's right. The life of a genius like the Sword King is so dull and dull. Fuck off. I also want such an ordinary life. +1, +2. Looking at the comments, there were already tens of thousands of comments. Basically, there were tens of thousands of comments under every post, and countless reposts and reposts. There were also some busybodies who simply created a post titled, "The Sword King's high martial arts life is so dull and boring," and it actually became very popular. Sua Xiao Duo and Li Chenglong huddled in front of the computer, and both of them had a curious look on their faces. TSK. How did he become popular? They casually searched for the Sword King, and instantly, more than 70 million search results were displayed. The first few thousand pages were all about Sua Xiao Duo. This isn't normal. Sua Xiao Duo was perplexed and scratched his head. Li Chenglong also scratched his head. Even if the entire Central Plains tournament was broadcasted live, it might not be able to get so many views and searches. There are simply too many. There are traces of manipulation and space in this. What's the purpose? What's the point of doing this? Maybe it's to make money. With such a large number of views, the profits must be considerable. Li Chenglong said, but it's also possible that it's the Gao family and the Wu family. Currently, we don't have much contact with the Gao family and the Wu family, but we already have so much relevant information. More importantly, there are quite a number of people who are faintly leading the charge in the comments. Li Chenglong pointed and said, this. If we analyze it in detail, we can see it. It's just that it's not so obvious. Of course, as long as it's not continuously leading the charge, then there's no problem. In other words, this is a type of very clever tactic. Sua Xiao Duo said, even if that's the case, what benefits can leading the charge bring? By controlling the direction of public opinion, we can turn it in a way that benefits us. Then, who benefits from leading the charge now? Li Chenglong sighed and said, as far as I'm concerned, these current tactics are still somewhat low-level. But this is just the beginning. With the abilities, wisdom, and tactics of the big families, there should still be a reversal. But if everything goes smoothly, it won't be credible. Sua Xiao Duo was about to speak when the phone rang. Sua Xiao Duo glanced at the caller and instantly dashed to his room on the second floor. He slammed the door shut and locked it from the inside. Then, he pressed the call button. He. Miss Nian Mao. You miss me. Sua Xiaonian's voice came from the phone. She sounded a little coquettish. Dog, if I don't call you, don't you know how to call me? Humph. Sua Xiao Duo said, feeling wronged. In all honesty, how would I dare to call you? What if you were on a mission and my phone rang? Wouldn't I be harming you? He. Miss Nian Mao. Call me big sister. Okay, Miss Nian Mao. Sua Xiaoduo lay on the bed with the phone in her hand. She felt exceptionally good, infinitely good. She said, "Why did you suddenly call me? What's the matter?" "Humph." Just by hearing this snort, Sua Xiaoduo could guess that Sua Xiaonian must be pouting. "I see that you're very popular now. Your serial is everywhere on the internet. King of Swords, humph, is that Gao Qiao, very beautiful? The head of the four beauties in Fenghai." Sua Xiaonian's voice was full of displeasure. "The head of the four beauties, bah, that girl, you don't know. She's really unsightly." "Sigh, Miss Nian Nian, you don't know my difficulties. That girl's perfume almost made me fall when we met. I used all my strength to control myself and barely didn't run away. Ayaya, I'm so pitiful." Sua Xiaoduo hurriedly expressed her loyalty. "I saw the two of you looking at each other. It was really beautiful. Say, I didn't see your difficulties." Sua Xiaonian was obviously jealous because of the pictures on the internet. That was why she called to criticize him. How could she be fooled by Sua Xiaoduo with just a few words? "Miss Nian Nian, you don't know. That Gao family obviously saw my talent and made a decision on the spur of the moment. They clearly want to harm me. I'm in the middle of the situation now and have to deal with them. The most important thing is that Gao Qiao, most likely has body odor. That smell is really unpleasant. It's hard to stand up to." Sua Xiaoduo's tongue was glib. After degrading Gao Qiao, he began to degrade the girls in the class. In short, in the entire Hidden Dragon High School, and even the entire Fenghai, there wasn't a single beauty. They were all ugly melons and cracked dates. Sua Xiaoduo directly used Xiang Bing and the others' disfigurement as an excuse. The implication was self-evident. "Nian Nian cat, don't worry. I'm full of ugly girls. They're all useless. They're not a threat to you at all." Even though Sua Xiaonian had already seen the pictures of many of Fenghai's enemies, she didn't really believe such nonsense. She felt comfortable listening to it. She didn't harp on this topic anymore. Instead, she began to talk about what she had seen and heard. She talked about how her work was going smoothly, how easy the tasks were, how fast she progressed, and how all the members treated her. Sua Xiaoduo didn't believe a single word of this nonsense. However, he said that he believed it without a doubt. After a full 20 minutes, Sua Xiaonian reluctantly hung up. Her last sentence was, "I'm telling you, dog. You better be honest. Otherwise." Humph, humph. Humph. Finally, the phone was hung up amidst a series of hums. Sua Xiaoduo held the phone and laughed foolishly for a while. Although he didn't believe it, he could hear that Nian Nian cat was living a happy life. However, this was enough. He could do it. During this period of time, they had been contacting each other via text messages. It felt good to suddenly receive a phone call and hear a real voice. "When I break through, I'll rush straight to Shangjing and give Nian Nian cat a big surprise. Yes, give her a big gift. I'll give her a living person like me. Nian Nian cat will definitely be very happy and excited to accept it." Ha 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 ha. On the other side, Shangjing. Sua Xiaonian hung up the phone and walked out of the Nine Heavens Pavilion. Her face was cold again. As she walked out, it was as if a 10,000-year-old ice and snow had appeared. The temperature of the entire hall dropped instantly. "Captain." There were 7 people outside. All of them stood straight and looked at Sua Xiaonian. Sua Xiaonian nodded slightly and said coldly, "Let's go." She flew out in a cloud of frost. The 7 people didn't dare to delay and followed her with all their might. They went to carry out their mission. Along the way, everyone felt that winter was coming. The 7 of them were speechless. Their captain was beautiful and fairy-like, but her personality was really too cold. It was as if she didn't know how to smile. A few young experts from the Nine Heavens Pavilion were originally interested in Zhuxiaoyan. However, within a few days, they all turned into popsicles and almost froze to death. With such a captain, it was easy to complete the mission. As long as the informant reported it, the mission would be assigned. The captain would go out and scatter a cloud of frost. The mission would be completed. However, the captain's strength was too strong. The team members didn't have a chance to perform at all. Although the 7 of them were team members, what they actually did was to follow Zhuxiaoyan and do odd jobs. After she finished, everyone would go to clean up the mess. Collect the heads, identification, wealth, and other information. There was nothing else to do. Take action. You're thinking too much. It won't be your turn no matter what. Monthly tickets, recommendation tickets, and subscriptions. Give me some. Chapter 447. This Lord Civet was extremely fast. Even if they tried their best, they could not catch up with him. This time, it was the same. The 7 of them ran as fast as they could, trying their best to keep up with the white shadow in front of them. Finally, they reached their destination. The team leader used his divine sense to explore the area. Then, he dashed out like a bolt of lightning. A wave of extreme coldness rose from the other side in front of him. Clang, clang, clang. After a few sounds of weapons colliding, there was a sudden silence. A chill quietly spread out. Everyone looked at each other. It was over again. Why was there a need to say again? It was like this every time. Everyone was used to it. This courtyard house built on the outskirts of the city had almost turned into an ice sculpture. Then, a white shadow flashed. Zhuxiaoyan's figure appeared on the roof calmly. As she stepped on the roof, white frost spread. In an instant, it became a world of ice and snow. At this time, the 7 team members had just calmed down the instability of their vital energy caused by running with all their might. Clean up. Zhuxiaoyan said lightly. Then, the white shadow flashed and flew away. She did not stay any longer. The 7 of them said in unison. It was this job again. They ran so fast that they were out of breath. However, they still could not make it in time to take action. They could only clean up the mess. When they went in to take a look. Yes, it was really to clean up the mess. There were only ice sculptures everywhere. 2 of them were holding broken swords in their hands. They were already decapitated. However, their wounds were in a completely frozen state. Not even a drop of blood could be seen. The whole scene was clean. There was no smell of blood. Let's get to work. One of the team members sighed. He began to verify the identity of the target. After confirming that there was no mistake, he called back to the headquarters. Then, he began to clean up all the valuable things in this ice sculpture world. Following this team leader, the contribution points for completing missions every day are like falling from the sky. As long as we follow behind and run, we will have everything. One of the team members was speechless. It's easy, but it's so easy that it makes me feel uneasy. Another team member said as he worked, be content with what you have. It's better than those few teams who are riddled with injuries every day. But there has to be a chance to show off. Sigh, I haven't used my sword in the past month except for the daily sparring. Back in the day, I was also a genius. You think you're a genius. Now do you know what it means to be thrown away when you compare goods and die when you compare people? It's true that I can't compete. Once I do, I'll lose all my confidence. But if I can't compete, do you think you can? Or perhaps, who dares to say that they can compete? It's fine if you get used to it. My self-esteem is being trampled on every day. If it weren't for the fact that I'm used to it, my mentality would have collapsed long ago. I've already accepted the fact that I'm a good-for-nothing. Me too. But this is pretty good too. Contribution points fall from the sky every day, and most importantly, there's no risk at all. Not to mention, the captain is a peerless beauty. Looking at a beauty every day, at least it's pleasing to the eye. Looking at beautiful women. Eye candy. That's a nice way to put it, but let me ask you. Did you really watch it? Do you dare to look? Cough cough. I really don't dare. That face is as beautiful as the sky. But this coldness really froze my heart. On such a hot day, when I look at her, my heart feels like it's frozen. Eye candy or something, it's a slip of the tongue. Me too. Our captain is no longer an iceberg. She's directly a glacier. I'm not afraid to be laughed at. After so long, I only know that the captain is very beautiful, but I really can't tell what she looks like. I don't dare to look. Once I look, my whole body shivers. That's right. It said that the day before yesterday, a senior of the nascent soul realm was also frozen. He almost died. Who asked him to be a toad who wants to eat swan meat? He deserves it. But speaking of which, Civet seems to be about to advance, right? Once she advances, she can no longer be our captain. During this period of time, it's better for everyone to work hard. If we can advance together with Civet and be in the same group, it'll be really cool. I think it'll take a while. With her cultivation, she could have advanced long ago. It's just that she has been suppressing it. Now, no one knows how many times she has suppressed it. Anyway, it's definitely not just once or twice. She actually has to suppress it when advancing from the inner core realm to the nascent soul realm. And she can even suppress it multiple times. One of them was shocked when he heard this. Of course, if you want to go far in the future, you have to use suppressive means in every realm. However, the suffering is really more and more difficult with each realm. It's not something that anyone can endure. Captain's expression hasn't changed at all. Sigh, this kind of tenacity is already something that we can't compare to. That's true. The thorny road back then was really painful for me. I don't want to experience it again in this life. Good luck. Are you done cleaning up? Be more careful. If we complete the task without putting in any effort, if we miss anything when cleaning up the mess, we'll really be useless. Okay. Hey, did you guys notice? Someone suddenly stopped cleaning up and said thoughtfully, "Our Civet, did you guys notice that her luck is especially good?" When he said that, everyone began to ponder. That's right. Civet's luck can't be cured. A few days ago, the four of us went on a mission together. We were the last to arrive. Logically speaking, we shouldn't have had a chance. In the end, that guy risked his life to break out of the encirclement. He was so lucky that he ran into Civet and became an ice sculpture. That's nothing. Another person said disdainfully, 10 days ago, we went on a mission outside the city together. On that small mountain, Civet was walking by the side of the road. She used her hand to support a rock beside her. As a result, a rock fell down. Behind the rock was a blood spirit flower. Can you believe this? I remember now. That place was not remote at all. It was almost in the village. However, such a thin piece of rock had not been touched for so many years. When Civet arrived, she just casually supported it. It was actually the blood spirit flower, which is extremely rare in the whole continent. That's nothing. The most amazing thing is that the blood spirit flower is actually 7,000 years old. That's rare and priceless. That blood spirit flower can expand the meridians and eliminate all hidden dangers in the body. Moreover, it can increase one's understanding of the heavenly way. She rushed into the cave to catch the criminal and turned him into an ice sculpture during the battle. However, the rock wall froze and cracked, and a few boxes of hidden treasures appeared. Have you forgotten? That's amazing. Such luck. This kind of thing is so common. But how many days has Civet been here? Before she came, this kind of thing didn't happen a few times. It should be said, did it happen before? Is she the legendary person favored by the heavens? This sentence made everyone ponder for a while. Then, all of them seemed to be deep in thought. However, he continued to work even more diligently and diligently. At this moment, Zhuo Xiaoyan was already in her own independent residence in the Nine Heavens Pavilion. It looked like a small room, but as soon as one entered, they would discover that it was a huge space that was a few thousand square meters in size. Not only was there a bedroom, washroom, toilet, training room, office, living room, tea room, and all sorts of other facilities, there was also a small isolated warehouse. It only took Zhuo Xiaoyan a month to go from a small bedroom of 30 square meters to such a top-notch living condition. The door slammed shut. Bone-chilling frost immediately overflowed from the crack of the door. Gusts of cold air flowed out through the crack of the door, clearly showing an attitude, "Don't disturb me." Outside, there were people coming and going from time to time. However, when they passed by this door, they would feel the bone-piercing coldness and couldn't help but soften their movements and tiptoe past the door. Sigh, I really gave this lady the wrong code name. What civet? I think it's better to call her World of Ice and Snow. Shut up. Aren't you afraid of becoming a popsicle? Oh. When Zhuo Xiaoyan first came to the Nine Heavens Pavilion, she shocked everyone on the first day. On the second day, everyone knew that a peerless beauty had come to the Nine Heavens Pavilion. Moreover, it was the kind of beauty that was rarely seen in tens of thousands of years. On the third day, she directly froze all the covetous gazes. Zhuo Xiaoyan even left behind a legend, "Catch a cold at first sight." A son of a high-ranking official heard about Zhuo Xiaoyan's beauty, so he waited outside the Nine Heavens Pavilion. In the end, he only saw her once, and it was directly in front of him. The moment he saw her, he froze and was diagnosed with a cold. Others asked him how he felt. Beautiful, so beautiful. But I don't dare to look anymore. I'm a living person, I'm afraid of the cold. Zhuo Xiaoduo hung up the phone but didn't go down. She stayed in the room and concentrated on cultivating. It wasn't that she deliberately didn't want to bring Li Chenglong along. On the one hand, Li Chenglong was studying the things on the internet. On the other hand, in this round of cultivation, Zhuo Xiaoduo decided to use the dragon blood flying dagger as the main auxiliary force. The dagger's energy storage was full, so naturally, it should be used. After all, Fang Yinhua had also started to prepare for the manner. He believed that there would be a place to store energy for the dragon blood flying dagger soon, so there was no need to save it. After all, this thing was still a little strange. It was better not to let Li Chenglong know about it. At 7:00 in the evening, Zhuo Xiaoduo absorbed the spiritual energy to the point of bursting at a faster speed than before. Just as she was about to start suppressing it, Wen Xingtian came. "Come with me." Zhuo Xiaoduo grinned. "My energy storage is full, so I can't leave. Suppress it a little first. When I come back, I'll officially compress the vital energy." Wen Xingtian said, "It's very important." "Okay." Zhuo Xiaoduo tidied up and stood up. It was not difficult for the current Zhuo Xiaoduo to suppress it a little. After calling Li Chenglong, Wen Xingtian led the two of them out slowly. Teacher 1, why did I hear that the principal needs the best quality jade of astral souls to treat his injuries? Can you tell me the details? Sua Xiao Duo asked curiously. Chapter 448. The Headmaster's Injuries. When Xingtian sighed softly and said, during a battle many years ago, the headmaster's heart was injured by his opponent. His opponent's heavenly pulse palm was very powerful, and the damage it caused was also very different from ordinary injuries. Ordinary healing methods were completely ineffective. After repeated attempts, we discovered that only the supreme grade jade of astral souls could temporarily suppress the injury. However, it could only temporarily suppress it, and could not completely heal it. Then what is needed to cure the root of the problem? Sua Xiao Duo asked. Jade of astral souls from the geocentric core. Jade of astral souls from the geocentric core. Sua Xiao Duo asked in confusion. When Xingtian said, let's put it this way. Although the jade of astral souls is a special energy crystal that fell from the sky, there are actually jade of astral souls veins in our continent of astral souls. Ordinary veins can only produce low-grade and middle-grade jade. However, there is a chance that high-grade jade of astral souls can be found in the core of the veins. On the other hand, in the core of a middle-grade vein, there is a chance that 1 or 2 pieces of supreme-grade jade of astral souls can be found. Does that mean that the core of a large-scale vein is likely to produce jade of astral souls from the geocentric core? Sua Xiao Duo blurted out. When Xingtian shook his head and said, it's not that easy. You may be able to find a considerable amount of supreme-grade jade of astral souls in the core of a large-scale vein, but it is still very rare for a jade of astral souls from the geocentric core to appear. According to the ancient records, only in the legendary super-large-scale veins where there are more than 10,000 pieces of supreme-grade jade of astral souls can there be a qualitative change. Under special circumstances, the mutated product of the supreme-grade jade of astral souls can only be found in the core of the vein. That is, the higher-grade jade of astral souls, or the geocentric astral souls. The geocentric astral souls are truly legendary items. Sigh, but only that can cure the headmaster's heart disease. It can even completely dissolve the power of the heavenly pulse palm and transform it into the headmaster's own strength, allowing his cultivation to improve greatly. But where can we find such a peerless treasure? Not to mention the geocentric star soul, even the peak-grade star soul jade has become increasingly difficult to obtain these few years. The headmaster's illness is not a secret. Many people don't even dare to come to Fenghai City because they want to curb the power of the hidden dragon martial school. Even if 1 or 2 pieces appear, they will immediately be sold at a sky-high price. The abnormal fluctuations in the price of the supreme-grade jade of astral souls in Fenghai City these years are all due to the hidden dragon martial school. But they don't know that there is someone else behind the scenes. And it's someone who is specifically targeting the hidden dragon martial school. In the past, I didn't believe that wealth can do anything. But now, I have no choice but to believe it. When Xingtian sneered and said, if the price of a supreme-grade jade of astral souls is calculated in star dollars, the market price would be between 100 million and 300 million. Of course, there is a price but no supply. But last year, a supreme-grade jade of astral souls appeared in the Fenghai auction house, and it was sold at a sky-high price of 1.2 billion. The hidden dragon martial school had already offered a high price of 800 million, but the other party directly threw out 1.2 billion, causing us to suffer a crushing defeat. When Xingtian sneered and said, the ambition of the wolf is as clear as day, Sua Xiao Duo sighed. It seemed that he really had to bleed. He couldn't save it. The principal should still have a lot of supreme-grade jade of astral souls in reserve, right? Sua Xiao Duo asked, holding on to a sliver of hope. A lot. When Xingtian snorted and said, if he still has a lot, why would he need to worry? The principal should not have more than 10 pieces of supreme-grade jade of astral souls in his possession now. If he doesn't receive any more, there might be a break. And when the suppression of the supreme-grade jade of astral souls is broken, the dormant heavenly pulse hand will immediately counterattack. Once that happens, the principal can only hold on for another 3 years at most. 3 years. Swiss Xiaoduo's face was filled with heartache. What about after 3 years? Seeing Swiss Xiaoduo's heartache, Wen Xingtian couldn't help but feel a little comforted. This kid actually knows how to feel for the principal. Sigh, the principal's painstaking efforts were not in vain. After 3 years, the principal's heart meridian will be completely broken. Even the gods can't save him. When Xingtian said lightly, now, even if the hidden dragon martial school makes a move, the principal will try his best not to do anything. Once he does, it will consume too much of his vitality, and he will be unable to suppress the counterattack of the heavenly pulse hand. Sui Xiaoduo sighed and said, I'm so pitiful. When Xingtian almost doubted his ears. He was talking about the principal. What was he pitiful for? Is it difficult to find supreme-grade jade of astral souls in the entire continent? Sui Xiaoduo's face was filled with heartache. He said, if you want supreme-grade jade of astral souls to suppress the injury, how much is the best price? When Xingtian smiled bitterly and said, how much? Even 1 piece of supreme-grade jade of astral souls is hard to find. If we have 1,000 pieces now, we can stabilize the principal's condition for 20 years. After 20 years, we can think of a way. But now, I'm afraid that even if we search the entire continent, we won't be able to find so many jade of astral souls. This kind of supreme-grade jade of astral souls, this kind of super-large mineral vein, is basically located in the Umno Alliance and the Dao League. In the astral souls area, it has been a long time since we found one. When Xingtian sighed, Sui Xiaoduo scratched his head. Scratched his head again. Scratched his head again. He deeply felt that the speed at which he made money was far slower than the speed at which he spent it. If that was the case, if 1 piece was worth 1.2 billion, then 1,000 pieces would be equivalent to 1.2 billion. 1.2 billion. As soon as this number appeared in his mind, Sui Xiaoduo's head tilted to one side and he fainted with a painful expression. What's wrong with you? Did your primordial qi go astray, or was there a mistake in the temporary suppression just now? When Xingtian was shocked and hurriedly supported him. Why did he faint while talking? Was he not too concerned about the principal? He did not expect this mischievous child to have such a pure heart. I'm fine. Sui Xiaoduo was so heartbroken that he could not breathe. He muttered, I just feel that the principal is too pitiful. Good child. When Xingtian sighed and was deeply gratified. The principal will be very happy that you have such a heart. Sui Xiaoduo was grief-stricken. Li Chenglong stood beside him, looking as if it had nothing to do with him. However, when he heard Teacher Wen speak and how gratified he was, Li Chenglong had an indescribable urge to laugh. He really wanted to say, Teacher Wen, you misunderstood. Zuo was not heartbroken for the principal at all. He was heartbroken for his own jade of astral souls. However, if he said this, he felt that he would be beaten to death by Sui Xiaoduo on the spot. The most important thing was that he also had a piece of jade of astral souls. If he spoke rashly with Sui Xiaoduo's personality, he would definitely ask him to contribute as well. As far as Li Chenglong was concerned, although he would not be reluctant to part with it, with Zuo around, there was no need for him to stand out. Hidden Dragon's secret room. Sui Xiaoduo had just entered and was immediately shocked. Yi Changqing, Xiang Quangren, Vice Principal Liu in a wheelchair, and Vice Principal Qing wearing a mask. The most powerful people of Hidden Dragon High School were gathered together. Lastly, his homeroom teacher, Wen Xingtian, was also present. Sui Xiaoduo suddenly felt that Teacher Wen's status was very low that he could not help but give him a sideways glance. Wen Xingtian immediately understood the meaning behind his gaze. He was so angry that he slapped the brat and scolded, "Brat, what's wrong with your eyes?" Sui Xiaoduo was slapped on the back of his head with a crisp sound. He grimaced in pain as he was slapped to the middle of the secret room. He was angry but did not dare to say anything. Li Chenglong, on the other hand, followed him in quietly. He did not dare to fool around. He was well-behaved and meticulous. I only need to watch Sui continue to court death and get beaten up. I'm very happy. Yi Changqing could not help but laugh. This slap is really crisp. Xiang Quangren grinned. It's like eating a cucumber. Crunchy. Vice Principal Liu and Vice Principal Qing also smiled. The four of them were all experienced people. How could they not see that this kid was a little monkey? He was the kind of kid who would tear down the roof if he was not beaten for 3 days. Sui Xiaoduo, Li Chenglong, sit down. Yi Changqing's expression was very gentle. Ah. Sui Xiaoduo touched the back of his head and smiled bitterly. I'll just stand. I'll be prepared if I stand. I won't hit you anymore. I called you here for serious business. Wen Xingtian snorted. Sit down. Sui Xiaoduo jumped in fright and sat down. Li Chenglong could only sit down. Ahem, ahem. Yi Changqing coughed and said, I called you here today because I might need your help with a few things. Please tell us, Principal. We'll do our best and go through fire and water. Sui Xiaoduo said respectfully. Wen Xingtian raised his hand again. Ahem, don't hit him first. Hit him later. Yi Changqing dissuaded Wen Xingtian. Sui Xiaoduo was speechless. 2 pairs of eyes rolled up at once. What do you mean? Are you waiting for me to finish my work before you hit me? Isn't this a typical case of not wanting to be a monk after you're done with your vegetarian diet? You're too arrogant to advise me like this. Aren't you afraid that I won't do my best? You're too magnanimous. Do you know that if I'm just a little more ruthless, your old life might end in 3 years? Sigh, I'm still too soft-hearted. Just give me your orders, Principal. I'll do my best. Sui Xiaoduo cursed in his heart, but his face was full of loyalty. He had an expression that said, I sincerely respect you and love you very much. Even his voice sounded so sincere. The first thing is about your manifestation technique. I need to understand it on a deeper level. Yi Changqing said, I have 2 people here that I can show you. You can tell them according to their appearances and give them pointers. This is Vice Principal Liu and Vice Principal Qing. Yi Changqing introduced, of course, I'll also look at Vice Principal Xiang and your teacher Wen. You can look at them all you want. Sui Xiaoduo said cautiously, Principal, please tell me more about my future. What's the specific direction? Yi Changqing said, first, you can check Vice Principal Liu's recovery progress. Can you confirm when he'll recover fully? Also, you need to know the direction of his enemy. Vice Principal Qing wants to find Snake King. Which direction should we start looking for him? And Vice Principal Xiang's enemy. Yi Changqing coughed and couldn't continue. Sui Xiaoduo stared at him with his eyes wide open. He was dumbfounded. Chapter 449. These things. Everything that you want to tell just by looking at his face. Sui Xiaoduo swallowed his saliva and was a little speechless. This seemed to be a bit too much. Although theoretically, I can tell all these, but who are you all? What cultivation level are you all at? Don't you have any self-awareness in your hearts? I'll do my best. But there's one thing I have to say. Principal, your cultivation level is too high. I may not be able to tell anything. Facing this group of big shots in front of him, Duo did not dare to make any guarantees. He could only make it clear in advance and leave himself a way out. Just do your best. Enchanting said gently, take a look at Vice Principal Lu first and see if there's any hope for him to recover. If there is, what's the key to recovery? Vice Principal Lu's hair and beard were already white. He sat peacefully in his wheelchair and looked at Duo with a warm face. This old man who used to be all-powerful now exuded a feeling that he had seen through the world and was at ease. There was no trace of the domineering aura he used to have. He only had a kind face. As Duo looked at him with a frown, he threw out a luck point to boost his manifestation technique. Among all of them, Vice Principal Lu was the one Duo had the most confidence in. After all, Vice Principal Lu had lost all of his cultivation. Even though he still had his foundation, he wouldn't be able to suppress them with absolute strength. With the help of luck points, Duo could still see a lot of things. Duo looked at him for a while. After a moment of silence, he shook his head and said, there's no hope for him to recover in a short time. As for a long time, there's a faint purple light above Vice Principal Lu's head. There's great hope for him to recover. However, we still have to see when the light comes. Oh. Enchanting's spirit was lifted. He said, can you give an approximate time? Duo's answer was already a surprise. Vice Principal Lu had been crippled for so many years. Was there still hope for him to recover? Just now, he included him in the list of questions because he had a slim chance. He did not expect there to be hope. Yes, Vice Principal Lu, please write something. Duo said. All right. Vice Principal Lu smiled faintly and casually wrote the word Yun. Clouds. Vice Principal Lu's magnanimity is something this student admires from the bottom of my heart. This character is written in a light and carefree manner, as if nothing will affect it. It truly shows that it has seen through the world of mortals, and has no complaints or grievances. Duo said, this kind of peaceful state of mind is the most beneficial for longevity. Yun, it's true that the sky is now covered by dark rain. There's no sun in the dark sky. However, once the heavenly wind blew and the dark rain dissipated, it would be time to recover. Or perhaps, there will be times when the winds and clouds meet. Master, a great opportunity will arrive unexpectedly, and good fortune will follow. The wind and rain will not always exist. There will be a time when it will dissipate. The only hindrance is the 4 points before the word Yun. Vice Principal Lu, there are 4 great enemies suppressing and watching you. When Duo mentioned the 4 words 4 great enemies, Vice Principal Ching, who had been non-committal, suddenly straightened his back. His eyes were shining as he looked at Duo. His aura suddenly increased, and he felt like a completely different person from before. 4 great enemies. Vice Principal Lu glanced at Vice Principal Ching and said with a smile, where do they come from? The rain is above the clouds, above the head. They come from above. If it's a specific location. Their location is higher than yours, and their place is bigger than ours. There's only one place that can completely suppress us, and that's Shangjing. Duo said cautiously, so. Yes. Vice Principal Lu smiled. That's right. He actually interrupted Duo's words. How long will the recovery process take? Enchanting asked expectantly. Vice Principal, the clouds follow the dragon, and the wind follows the tiger. When the hidden dragon soars to the ninth heaven, this cloud can overturn the rain above and soar with it. Vice Principal Lu's injury can be easily solved, and it's not impossible for him to recover in one day. Sua Xiaoduo said it very confidently, as if it would definitely come true. Now the wind and clouds are rising. Vice Principal Lu, if you want to recover, you can start to prepare the conditions you need. Otherwise, when the wind and clouds meet, we will not be prepared. That will be a pity, and it will be too late to regret. The opportunity will not come again. Sua Xiaoduo reminded him. Enchanting took a deep breath and said, "Okay." Then he turned his head and said, "Old Lu, you heard it. Whatever you need, you must tell me and your family. You have to start preparing now." Vice Principal Lu smiled and returned to his previous state. He said indifferently, "Okay. Look at you, you don't seem to care. I can't count on you." Enchanting said unhappily, "I will tell my sister-in-law in person tomorrow. She will be more concerned than you." Xiang Quangren said, "When will Vice Principal Yi recover from his injury?" Sua Xiaoduo coughed and said, "He will recover very soon." "When is very soon?" Xiang Quangren suddenly became spirited. "It depends on the situation." Cough, cough. Sua Xiaoduo said vaguely. Xiang Quangren and the others frowned. Sua Xiaoduo seemed to be unwilling to say. What was going on? What was going on? Was this also a manifestation technique? Enchanting looked at Sua Xiaoduo thoughtfully and said, "Let's take a look at Vice Principal Lu." Vice Principal Ching had been sitting quietly at the side. At this moment, he seemed to hesitate. Then, he turned his head and looked at Enchanting with cold eyes. Enchanting nodded slowly. His eyes were full of seriousness and certainty. Vice Principal Ching sighed softly and slowly took off his mask. The moment the veil was taken off, Yi Zichen's eyes lit up. Enchanting, Xiang Quangren, Wen Xingtian, Vice Principal Lu, and the others all gasped at the sight. Wen Xingtian and Enchanting turned their heads. Obviously, they could not bear to look. There was a hideous scar on Vice Principal Chang's face. It went from the outside of his left eyebrow to his neck under his right chin. It went straight down, and his flesh was torn. This scar directly divided his nose into two halves. In addition, from the middle of his nose, there was another scar that went straight down, separating his upper and lower lips. It went all the way to his throat. These two wounds were strangely grayish-white. There was also a faint, strange yellow light that was faintly flickering. This yellow light gave off a grand and majestic feeling. Such a hideous and cruel wound was grand and majestic. His originally elegant face was cut into a hideous and terrifying appearance by these two wounds. Even his facial features were distorted. The Sword of King Path. Xiang Quangren's lips trembled. He murmured, "This is the Sword of King Path." Vice Principal Ching smiled faintly and said self-mockingly, "Sua Xiaoduo, even if your physiognomy is heaven-defying, I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to see anything from my face, right?" Sua Xiaoduo smiled bitterly and said, "Having a missing face is indeed a taboo for the physiognomy art. But Vice Principal Ching, the sword wound on your face is too obvious. It's impossible for people not to notice it." Vice Principal Ching said faintly, "That's why I cover my face all year round." Xiang Quangren took a deep breath and said solemnly, "It has something to do with the prince's mansion of the Central Plains." Vice Principal Ching pondered for a moment and said, "It does have something to do with it, but it's not necessarily the fault of the other party. At the beginning of the incident, I almost caught a suspect. At that time, I don't know whether that person was panicking or not, but he just rushed into the mansion. Naturally, I was reluctant to let him go and followed him in. The people in the mansion suspected that I was an assassin. At that time, I was too anxious to catch the suspect and wanted to explain after I caught him. Unexpectedly, the Prince of the Central Plains suddenly appeared and attacked me with 2 consecutive swords. He smiled bitterly. It was those 2 swords that almost killed me on the spot. He pointed at the wound on his face and said, "After those 2 swords, I knew I couldn't do anything, so I turned and ran." The Prince of the Central Plains didn't chase after me. I don't know if he recognized me or for some other reason, but he just stayed where he was and didn't move. Yi Changqing sighed softly. The Prince of the Central Plains' Sword of King path is fierce and domineering, grand and majestic. Once the sword is out, it dominates the 4 seas. Those who are hit by the sword will feel like they have been hit by the killing intent of the heavens. They will never be pardoned and will be a fugitive forever. It's already commendable that you can eliminate half of the killing intent. Wen Xingtian also said, "It's hard to hold anyone responsible for this. Of course, we believe in Vice Principal Qing, but no matter how we look at it, we can't blame the Prince of the Central Plains for interfering. His actions are reasonable and irreproachable. After all, we barged into the mansion without permission first." Vice Principal Qing was silent for a moment and said, "I should pay for my reckless actions." However, the Prince of the Central Plains' Sword of King path is really sharp. His cultivation is also very high. Even Boss Yi. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Even if it's Boss Yi, it's best not to go against him." When I faced those 2 swords, it was like an ordinary person suddenly facing an emperor who ruled the world. I couldn't even find the heart to fight back. In a moment of mental imbalance, I was defeated and devastated. Xiang Quangren and Wen Xingtian's expressions changed at the same time. They were all sensible people and even more so, high-level cultivators. There were some meanings that didn't need to be said too clearly. Sua Xiaoduo had been studying Vice Principal Chang's face. His aura. The only thing that could be seen was a trace of resentment. It was a resentment that rose to the sky and couldn't be erased in 3 lifetimes. Sua Xiaoduo could imagine how deep the hatred in Vice Principal Chang's heart was. It was a kind of revenge that he wouldn't regret even if he died 9 times, or an obsession. Vice Principal Chang's hatred soars to the sky. Sua Xiaoduo looked at Vice Principal Chang's face and sighed. He said, "Vice Principal Qing, write a word for me to see." It was almost impossible to shake the enemy just by looking at his face. The only thing that could be done now was to take 1 step at a time and see if the accumulation of momentum and karma could be reversed under the general trend. Vice Principal Qing thought about it seriously and wrote a word, hatred. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.